Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mrs. E. Mrs. E.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E, joined by Mrs. E. We do not have a guest today. Auntie is getting a little dental work done. So appreciate everybody being here. I saw Real Me Too was here a moment ago. She may be kind of popping in and out. And let's see, with Karen, welcome in. Terry, Deanna, Chad D. See all the green and orange hearts. We do appreciate those orange hearts too.
Chased.
Oh, chased. Right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sometimes those things escape me. Victoria Burgess also, we appreciate you joining us here.
Hello, Karen.
Yes, and so we got
Real Me Too.
Yes, and I think Real Me Too said she might have to go run some errands, but we appreciate you being here when you can. We know these are long afternoons with these trials and everything, so people will kind of come in and go. I suspect or catch us on the replay.
Auntie E said she'll be in after her dentist. So
good. So I hope everything went well there.
Hello, Suzanne. Welcome. All right, I think we're going to get right to it if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, just to set it up real quick, if I could. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead. It'll take me a minute.
Yeah, we're going to get right into it because the trial has already started, but we're gonna get caught up. We're going to go back to the beginning because there's a lot of interesting testimony that's already happened. But starting a little bit late, the benefit of that is we can kind of skip through all the delays and when they clear the jury and all that kind of thing and recess. But we will get caught up on it. This is day 2 of the Megan Boswell trial. And if you were not here yesterday, it looks like the defense is going to be that the charges are not quite accurate, and that she's facing the 20 counts for taking the life of her daughter Evelyn, as well as the cover-up that ensued. She's looking at potentially life in prison. And yesterday they went with the TBI agent who's going to testify this morning as well about what he found and when he discovered the body. And those details are horrific, and it does appear that the belief by the prosecution is that she was essentially buried alive upside down and wrapped in a blanket with foil and binding, and that it was really a nightmarish scene. She had been there for over 2 months at that point. But we're going to get into this. Right? Anything to add before we go?
Trigger warning. It's the content is graphic. So just to give you a heads up, and I wanted to say good morning to Joan and Grandma Chachi and Mary Harris. We appreciate you guys all being here.
Yeah, and we'll stop and talk about things kind of as they pique our interest and seem, especially if it's anything really shocking that we were unaware of, because there's a lot of things we don't know about this story so far.
Yes. I peeked in earlier and there's some stuff. So
yeah,
I think we'll just go on and get right to it if that's okay. I may fast forward through some of this opening stuff. I just wanted to see if anybody had any statements, but other than that, we'll get going.
Great.
Friday we testified about, which I believe took place on February 25th of 20. I was able to multitask. I watched it and listened to it all at the same time.
Can everybody hear that okay?
So over the break, I reviewed the case law, I reviewed the rules, and it breaks down to this. It breaks down if it's in the sound discretion of the trial court.
Good morning, Brenna girls.
I have to view the fundamental fairness of letting just part of the interview in
Thanks for coming back.
versus letting the whole interview in. And reading the case law, I think one of the arguments by the state was, well, we didn't introduce the interview. We didn't introduce the video, the transcript thereof. The case law is clear that examination of the witness by a party is tantamount to introduction. So, for the fundamental fairness issue, I'm going to find that the entire video is going to be allowed. Now, what that means is that the jury is going to see and hear from 17 minutes and 50 seconds to 41 minutes and 44 seconds. That's when Special Agent Fraley came into the room. They're going to hear, of course, then they leave. They come back at 55:15 and they're there until 1:05:28. And then after that, the officers leave and she's either sitting there by herself or it's just an empty room. So my ruling, my decision is, Mr. Scott, when you cross-examine Special Agent Fraley, you're allowed to play that video to comply with the rule of completeness. All right.
Would you mind give me those times again so I don't mess it up?
17:50 to 41:44.
So that's definitely a win for the defense, right?
To 1:05:28.
Good morning, Castle.
So if you weren't here yesterday,
Comply completely with that Rule 106. It's not that you're just asking questions about what happened during those time periods. They need to see the video. I think that is the case law says that where certain aspects are brought out by one party, the other party has the right to put the whole in. And that's what I want done.
yeah, what he just said, explain the whole thing.
All right.
Because he referred to,
I'm probably going to ask the same question, Judge, but I mean, do you want me to clip the video to just show that portion, or are you just going to have Mr. Scott start and stop at those particular
Think because it'll have to be, well, here's the question. Are you going to move, if you're not going to move it into evidence, you can just play it, skip ahead and play it.
They'll have to move
If
it.
you want to move it into evidence, then it needs to be clear. So the parts that aren't played don't go back to the jury for there's no reason that jury needs to see her and her mama sitting there talking. Because there's nothing of value.
They want to see that part. They'll change your
So
opinion.
now the question is, who's going to clip it and
I don't know how.
Not like that.
do what?
She asked me if we clipped it already, but we don't have it clipped like that. So we have software to do it. It's just going to
Mr. Zelda,
Would you do that?
take a moment. So,
do you want this back?
yes, that might
We
help.
can reuse it.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we need to take up this morning before the jury comes in, before you go to clip videos?
I don't think, did I have this one? No, I'm good.
I think that's enough.
No, I'm sorry.
Jim, is there anything we need to take up?
Nothing else for the state.
We'll be in recess till 9 o'clock. The jury's here. They're ordering their lunch, and then we'll get started.
All right, I'll try to get this done as quick as I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court stands in recess.
Anyway.
I'm gonna do
So before we skip ahead, or if you want to skip ahead and find it, I just want to explain what that was if you weren't here yesterday. At one point during the testimony, TBI agent Fraley, he had referred to Megan telling him that Evelyn had already passed away. So because he had referred to that interview, the defense wanted to introduce all of that interview because she also goes into the boyfriend rolling over on Evelyn while they were sleeping. And so, and that would help Evelyn's defense. So that's why, and then it came down to whether or not the rules allowed for it. They debated it a lot yesterday. It got a little heated actually between the two attorneys. And the judge needed the 2 hours yesterday to review the whole video to find the significant portions, which looks like he's going to just cut out the parts where Agent Fraley was actually in the room, since it's his cross-examination that's going to relate to. Am I explaining that about right?
That sounds right. Yes.
And the whole issue is just fairness. If you're going to refer to an interrogation, a portion of it, then the defense should be allowed to explore the entire context. And I think that's fair. And the judge seems to me, in his wording yesterday, is very concerned about a mistrial, appeals, that kind of thing. So he's being very cautious. I think that everybody wants this done right the first time. So now we are looking at Agent Fraley with the TBI. This was really interesting yesterday, just procedurally. And I think most of our audience is also interested in the Sebastian Rogers case, where the TBI is involved there as well. So we can also kind of learn a little bit about how they do things and what kind of what the professionalism is like, what what their approach is like through this testimony too. So
Terry's given us a heads up. This detective gets a little flustered again.
Oh, okay.
I watched it earlier. Do you mean flustered or kind of torn up about the whole thing?
Because he did seem upset yesterday.
Yeah, he seemed sad to me more than anything. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play it. It is. I'm going to go ahead and play it though. Yeah, Terry said, yeah, that's what she meant.
Hold on.
But when you left, how long would you go?
No.
So we're going to get to see the interrogation.
Not dragging you in.
Okay, I'm going to pause real quick.
Okay. You know, like,
Okay, the person in the stripes, for those of you who do not know, that is Angela Boswell. That is Megan's mother. I just want to give you guys a heads up.
And if you weren't here yesterday, Megan is seated. When they show the room again, she'll be to the left.
Yes, Megan's in the orange.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
But today, I think she has a purple jacket on.
Okay.
for sure, but I last places.
If
If
you
I
had,
tell you where I take you all of that.
I would, and look where we go. Yeah, but don't we need to bring her on, man? Don't wait us on like this going too long. Okay, this is for your baby. This is to give her the proper and where she is.
There's only two places I can make the where she is.
Where she
He
is.
said, think that there's somewhere closer. I think she's somewhere at Dad's or at his house.
Okay, his house.
Maybe somewhere like, you know, that like the dog store. I think she's either there or she's somewhere at Dad's. Or she's somewhere close.
Underneath the dock at Hunters.
I don't know if she's underneath there. I'm just,
Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
that is just my theory. She has to be
No,
more
I don't want, we're not working at fears, huh? You,
Okay, so she just said that that Evelyn could be under the dock at Hunters. Is that what she's? Am
I
I
think that's what she
understanding that
said.
right?
Yeah, I think that's what she
Okay.
said.
So that's another. We can add that to our list of Megan
Right.
misleadings, untruths.
you need to bring her
She
home.
said, he said that she was somewhere close to the only two places I can think that he would take her.
You're not honest with you. Okay, but you know this part.
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to help you all. I swear I am at this point in time.
This is the ending. Okay, let's bring her home. So bring her home.
There's a bunch of places I think that he would even have time to take her. She'll be not very long.
Well, regardless of time, there has to be a reason that you would know that. Okay, because that
He said she was somewhere close.
in that time, there's only X amount of places she could be. Okay, but you're specifically narrowing down those two places, right? Do you know?
He said she was somewhere close.
Help me with this, Megan. When he took her out with the driver, how was she dressed?
You know that picture I have of her? She's got her old penguin suit.
She's in the penguin suit. She wrapped up in her blanket.
She was wrapped up in
Did you give her to him?
a picture.
You picked her up, or was she?
On the bed.
Oh,
I held her for hours. I didn't want to let her go.
and that's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure how old you are. I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? How was she dressed?
You have a picture of me and her were sitting outside the trailer, and she was
Yes.
smiling and she has that little purple thing on.
Yes.
She was
And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
like a dark colored blanket, a thick fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
The red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him? What time of day was it?
It was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark, or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
So, how long was he gone?
Less than an hour.
Was it 15 minutes, or 30 minutes, or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. And he kept saying she's somewhere close by.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the
It was
chicken?
after February.
How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
That's Megan
No,
looking
It
down.
was a week or two after.
It's a week or two after.
Closer to 2 weeks.
So about December 10th. What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up, or what happened?
I don't know. I rolled over on her. I don't think I did. I think he did. It was an accident.
So he was sleeping in bed with you? Was the three of y'all together? In the bed?
Between us.
Okay.
I should have put her just off outside. I slept with her almost every night of her life before that, and I never once rolled over on her.
But when you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
Her head was like buried in her pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So, there. So do you tell him, hey,
I was panicking. He was like, well, you can't call anyone. We're both going to
why
go to
can't you
jail.
call someone
Because he said we were both going to go to jail if he didn't care of it.
for her? For her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him? Or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her there. I don't know if he did an accident or what. But like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me. I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home, Maggie. You need that peace. Mom needs that peace. Everybody needs that peace. We need that peace. Help us bring her home. You're the only one that
I
knows.
told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm ready for you.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I think he was
Why
on.
would he take her back to Tommy's?
He said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think he would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would call him? I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then
We're going to check
her
everywhere we believe she may be.
place? Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
and why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I didn't want to
When
know.
he came back, what did he say?
I'll put her somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
No, I
Did he
didn't
throw her in
want to
the
know.
trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
That she was what?
Close, I think, and not to worry about it.
That she
Megan,
was
you
close.
lied to us for 6 days now. I need you to be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laying out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I don't want to know.
Yes, Victoria, she's there.
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell us.
I don't. I told you going to places I think she could be.
When you say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know. Maybe he buried her there or what.
Did he mention the boat dock?
No, but he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
Nobody. I was scared to call anybody.
Did he call you while he was gone?
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back. We need to bring her home. If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you going to places I could think he could take her. What are you all going to tell my dad when you go to search his property?
What should we tell?
I don't know.
She's buried on that property.
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's so much places I know that he didn't have time to go to because
Did her take a shovel?
no.
Did he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or a box? Jump up in the
I
box?
stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was this blanket?
It was like a normal size, like police blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, you describe it to me.
Like, you know, you swaddle a baby.
Okay.
Like that.
So did you leave her face exposed?
That would sound stupid, but it would be cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was at home. Her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face. You know how you swaddle a
Her face was
baby?
open.
You know how you swaddle a baby?
Mhm.
So I wrapped it up. I didn't want her to be cold.
We don't want her to be cold anyway. She's still out there and we need to bring her home. And you can help us with that part.
There's a bunch of places I'm trying to go look for. I need that.
So Hunter's dock. Underneath Hunter's dock.
Or just around the dog.
Okay.
I don't think if he did take her to his house, he's not stupid enough to, you know what I mean? Just put her somewhere inside the house.
That's crazy.
Mhm.
His dad owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was dead?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing.
Has she said an exact date yet?
She just said they're saying around December
I can't
10th.
even see
Okay.
the arm. She was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
What else?
That's it. I just held her. Like,
She gag or anything while you were trying to get a cigar to her?
no.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She still warm? What about the color?
She was still
Was she blue?
No,
I
not
agree.
really.
What did she look like?
Just like her. As the day went on, she got colder and put up her in the blanket so I didn't want her cold.
And you don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your dad?
I don't know if that's a lot of property back in there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you,
Yeah, that's what's there, and then that creek and like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
you're shooting one of those asphalt piles.
I don't know, I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on his property?
I don't know if there is any or not.
So I've not been out there, I don't know, I'm asking.
I don't
Again,
know.
that's what I'm trying to do, man. Help us bring her home. She don't deserve another night out there in the cold and alone. She needs to be brought home.
Did it say what date she was doing this on?
This
I
part,
don't know,
Yeah.
I really
It
don't.
came up a minute ago, but I don't remember what
I
it
think
said.
it was the 26th
Okay.
of February.
Okay.
So it's several days later that they actually find her. When I hear
I don't know
someone,
if he took her in the trash can or not. When he came back, it was gone. I didn't want to ask.
Your
Good morning,
trash
dreaming of blue skies.
trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere there close?
I don't know, you'd have to look
No, to where you, when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
to get to the road and the trash can.
So you said to the trash can, was the inside trash can, the outside trash
The
can?
inside.
Just when you kept in the kitchen?
I don't know if he took it with her or not. I didn't want to know.
You said you sit there and looked at her.
Yeah.
When you woke up and she wasn't breathing, you tried to give her CPR. What did her eyes were open? Were they bloodshot?
No.
Were there any bruising around her eyes?
No.
She just looked like she always did, just like she was at peace asleep.
No, her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open. Not bloodshot or bruised.
Not really, no.
Because I can't help but think that's probably a lasting image that you think about Evelyn.
Diane, this is before she was arrested.
Her eyes were bloodshot or not, or black, and you're not saying they were.
No.
Okay, that they were just open.
Oh, wait. Or was it?
I was just looking it up.
I didn't want to let her
I
go.
can find out really quickly.
She wasn't cold so when she started to get cold. I was up in the blanket around her, so I didn't want her to be cold.
What woke you up? Was she choking or crying
No. I just woke
or
up.
kicking?
No.
If we talked to Hunter, what would he tell us?
The same thing he's been telling you, that he's never met Evelyn because he told me not to tell anybody that he would go back to jail.
If he has never met Evelyn, how do we make that connection that he has?
I don't know.
If it was February 26th, then yes, she had already been arrested.
During this time,
What day was she arrested?
how long had you all started dating?
In the timeline, it says February 25th.
Like a week,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks, a month.
But I doubt she would be in her regular clothes had she been arrested.
So maybe it was this day.
Yeah, I didn't know out there.
You didn't know him. So the first day you met him was an interview for that job?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know.
You started on Monday.
Right, I think it was a couple of days
Day
before.
before, like on Friday or Saturday?
It was probably like a day or two before.
Did you go there in person and fill out an application?
Yeah. Evelyn shut the
And that's the
door with
first
my
time?
friend Bailey.
Okay, and that's the first time you ever saw him.
Mhm.
What happened?
I just filled out an application, that's it.
Did he ask you out on the dates when I'm
No,
getting?
not until I started working there.
So you started working, he said, okay, you're hired. You started working on December 2nd, on Monday.
I think it's interesting how she breaks in and out of the tears. I don't know if you guys are you noticing that as well?
Yeah, that's actually the thing. That cry talking kind of thing to me, because that's just not how people don't just cry talk endlessly.
No.
Tears kind of come and go. You compose yourself. You cry. It's like it feels like an act.
Yeah.
To me, that's the big takeaway I have just from her
And
demeanor.
all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. We will look into that for you. And Diane, you're welcome anytime. Come in late, whatever. And Deanna Downey, her boyfriend is not currently on trial, but he may end up being.
There could be charges that come out from this, just depending on what their theory is.
Yeah. And if you guys don't mind to hit that like button, this is not as popular of a topic as, the Sebastian Rogers case. And so we want people to know that we are covering this. So if you wouldn't mind to hit that like, and if you feel compelled to share it, please do so. It would help us out a ton.
Monday, correct? And then start farting at work. And tell me what happened. You go on a date, Monday night, Tuesday.
I
Tell me
don't
about
remember the day, I really don't.
whatever day, whenever you say the first day after the application that you, the first time you met him, you started working, which we know that was on a Monday. That's easy. Y'all started flirting at work. Did y'all go out Monday night, that first night?
No, I don't remember what night we went out. I'm just being honest, I really don't.
Okay. But at some point, he started staying with you at the camp or at the trailer.
Just one night.
He stayed in one night. Then you said he stayed a couple of nights.
I didn't say that.
You said he had slept together.
Just the one time.
Said y'all slept together in the bed with her between,
Me and him.
not with her.
She slept in between us.
And so I'm saying, you said you'd done that a couple of nights ago.
No, I said I've done it 1,000 times where she slept with me. Like her whole life, she slept with me in bed.
And then the one night he stayed was the first night he met her, correct?
I mean, no, he'd seen her like in the car with me at the chicken shack.
Okay. Like a couple of days when you went to get the application, when you applied with Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
And
I came to measure the parking lot. They wanted redone, and I had her in the car with me.
when was that?
I don't know a day.
But you told these guys the other day, y'all went through a timeline. I think I wasn't in there. But y'all went through a timeline.
I don't remember what day I measured the parking lot. I really don't. The day they opened, I came back to the drive-thru after I left, and she was in the car with me too. In the back seat, her car seat. The pink and gray one you all have.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Do you think he took her in that trash can?
I don't know, but it was gone. I never wanted to know.
And that's the only two places.
I don't know where else it's close. I think my dad owns those storage units across from the trailer. You know what I'm talking about?
Does Hunter have a storage building rented from him or something there?
No, but I
Or do
mean,
you?
no, for abandoned.
What do you put the baby in there?
I don't know. You are asking me guesses. I'm giving them to you. You
I
have to
didn't even
make
think
a
about
lot.
that.
Does he have a boat or anything like that?
He used to.
When you talk about the boat dock, you mentioned boat dock. What do you mean by that? Is he on a boat dock or?
They're behind his dad's house. If you go to 217 Sandy Point Drive and look in the back door, there's 3 huge ass boat docks. I promise you, you will not miss them. They're wide.
Ginger Snip, yes.
That's
Have you
one-
been to that house?
I-
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I did.
Okay.
But of those 3 huge ones that you had, which,
I don't know.
where would you think?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. The only thing I think of is maybe put her in the lake or something.
You think you would walk in from there and walk down to the lake?
What do you mean?
What do you?
There's no water there right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would have to walk down the dock and walk to the lake.
Well, you can get to the lake not too far from my
I'm
trailer.
going to pause this real quick. Will you give Rhonda a quick summary of what case we're covering here?
So this is Megan Boswell. Her daughter had not been seen since sometime in early December of 2019. By the time mid-February rolled around, her father, Evelyn's biological father, decided to contact CPS.
Not Evelyn's, Megan's biological
yes,
father.
I get that mixed. I don't know. I say that backward. Megan's father, Evelyn's grandfather, he reported her missing to CPS, and this is about a week after that report. Evelyn was a 1-year-old little girl. She ultimately was found in early March in a playhouse on her father's property.
On Megan's father's property.
On Megan's father's property that had been kind of turned into almost more like a little storage area for trash and such. And she was in a trash can, upside down, covered in garbage bags and blankets and everything else.
Tinfoil.
And the belief is that she suffocated and passed that way. So complete nightmare. Megan's being charged with 20 different counts, both for taking her daughter's life and then the cover up. Most of those charges involve her lying to police.
False reporting.
Yeah, false reporting. And she's been sitting in jail for 4 years waiting for this trial.
And she is pleading not guilty. So I think that's part of the reason it's fascinating for us.
She was very young, 18 years old when this happened. I think she's probably 21, 22 years old now.
And Rhonda, if you're interested, on Sunday night of this week, we did a whole show just kind of going over the case to catch everybody up on what was going on. If you're interested, that would probably give you all the players, you know, you'd understand everybody that's going to be testifying and all that. So, and the case itself.
Welcome in, Jessica. We were late too, so you're not. We started from the beginning, so you haven't missed a lot.
Is there a place you can drive down from there?
I really don't know, to be honest. Isn't there like an access, something on Sugar
That's
Hall?
what I'm asking. I don't know. There is. You're talking about the ramp, the new ramp they built down there? There is. You're talking about the one on Sugar Hall, or you're talking about the one on the Gulf Bridge? Just before the bridge. They built a new ramp down there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. Which one are you talking about?
She's something,
Well,
brown
I
eyed
just
girl.
passed the one that's the Sugar Hall access part.
Okay.
This is also in Tennessee, Rhonda.
Thank you for letting me talk to my mom.
You will. Let us participate in your rent. Okay? You come off that part. All right, we talked.
You're welcome, Rhonda.
Those are the only places I know for you all to go look, I swear.
You're pausing.
Positive.
Because this,
Those are the only places you can
so
get there.
you're telling me all these other stories that you've told. All those before, those are lies, but this is the truth.
This is the God's honest truth.
Okay? That timeline, all the dates that you gave, all that stuff prior, all that stuff was made up.
Keep in mind, she's got 12 counts of false reporting.
What benefit do you have?
I don't, but you talk to me. Be honest with me.
Is it for me or is it for your baby?
For my baby, but you're the one who were like, hey, like, it's been going on long enough, you know what I'm saying?
It's time to put an end to it.
Aw, Rosebud, you're the
You have
sweetest.
no idea.
I told you the only place
We appreciate
I
it.
could have win a national time frame.
We love to have you here.
I'm gonna step out here, I'm gonna try to look in the map for most places.
Can you bring me a map and I'll try to mark on it where I think?
You got anything? All right, well, I'm gonna grab a chair. Here we got some maps.
Welcome in, Sadie. Welcome in, Bliss Blessing.
If you're joining a little late, they are allowing this video to play out of a fairness rule because the TBI agent referred to this interview
Okay,
and
543
the defense
left.
wanted the whole thing played.
Is that his dad's?
No, this is his dad.
Okay, so we got 3 maps here.
It's interesting
So
the
here,
defense
just
wanted to.
take this.
Yeah.
And hit you. I know they're kind of small. This is where, that's where you were staying, I think, right? That's the
Yeah,
track.
this is Buffalo Road.
The
Okay,
castle
this
that
is
said
Sandy
something
Point
up there.
Street.
I found interesting.
This is Muddy Creek Road. And this is where your track
It is.
was,
There's
right?
some parallels
Right
for sure.
there.
Well, where's
It
the
is.
access bar of Sugar Hole Road?
So,
Hopefully there's a parallel in TBI putting together a strong case too.
Right?
Sugar Hole, and you should have the ball bridge here.
I think the reason this helps the defense,
Okay, I'll pause it so everybody can hear you.
I think that-
Oh, this is on the 25th, so that would be the day that she was arrested.
I think the reason this helps the defense is because she's really, her story at this point is that she's aware that Evelyn is not alive, but that it was an accident and then everything from there is a cover up. So because they're going for first degree, that type of doubt in the jury's mind, defense actually helps her because you just
Oh,
you
okay.
kind of just need
I
one
get it.
jury member to believe this story or think this might be possible. And she also puts the blame really on this Woods character. What's his first name?
Hunter.
Hunter.
And we didn't show an interview the other night of him, but he did an interview with the news, said he'd never met the child. So
Yeah, he seems to be fairly dishonest also though.
yes.
So it's hard to know what his
And he was the owner of a restaurant, Hunter T's Chicken Shack or something like that.
Yeah.
So
anyway, this is why he wanted the whole thing played. Because if they're going to refer to her knowing the baby's not alive, that the defense thought that implied that meant she took the life of the baby, but that's not what she said in the interview. So he wanted the whole thing played. So even though it does catch her in several lies and such, the overall, it would help in that first degree, I think, potentially.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
okay.
Building, like going back up towards that, whatchamacallit.
But you said those are empty, right? Or,
It's
any
just
one of
money,
those?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought my dad might have gone to trailer.
You just mark wherever you think, like I said, you mentioned that he had just a limited amount of time.
Well, they were the only places I came on this map.
Okay,
that
but
really
then
went
you just
in.
mark where,
This is like the storage unit.
and is that for both of them?
That's the access part of Sugar
Where's
Hole.
his dad's house? Is that here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know anywhere else except for there and Muddy Creek.
Okay, well, just mark that, mark what that is, both dots, put your links down. Is his,
So I just put Randy's house.
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anything else you can think of? And if you don't care, just mark, I don't think storage. I think from what you're telling me, if she's in one of these two places, so just write what she was wearing, if you don't care.
I agree,
That's
Rosebud.
just whatever, what'd you say her clothing was? Was it a real jumpsuit,
Yeah.
Purple fleece.
Sleep.
and a sleeper, or was she wrapped up in a blanket? Now, those, hey, this might be hard for you. Write down how she was, her eyes open. Just like she was sleeping, right? no bloodshot, but they were open. She was warm, and all her color was there. She wasn't blue or gray or anything like that, right? Okay. All right. And that would have been 1st of December. Okay, is that right? Like the first week?
Second week, probably.
Second week.
Thank you, Castle. That's awesome. Thanks for letting us know. She's
Anything else
24 years old.
you can think of?
And
Anybody else you think Hunter may have told? His best friend, I'm just asking. You may or may
The only
not.
person I know that he's really close to is his mom.
Do you think she knows anything?
His mom would defend him like to the end of the earth.
Okay.
Because I know exactly he's gonna be like, well, I didn't have anything to do with that. He's gonna go back to jail, and his mom likes that and support him on everything the hell he says to her.
What else has he been in jail for?
I don't know.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I don't.
All right.
That's great, Rosebud.
Let me go out here. Do you need to leave, or you want to hang out here? What do you want to do?
Well, I can't leave.
Huh? Why not?
I figured you all were going to arrest me after I told you
For what?
for withholding information.
Why would we arrest you?
For withholding information and impeding an investigation.
Well, here's how this
Oh, they haven't
works.
arrested her
And
yet.
again, I'm not talking to you much, but I need you to understand. Number one, I need you to understand that I'm not going to lie to you about anything.
That's really
okay?
funny, Rosebud.
That's not what I'm in the business of doing. I need you to understand too that we confer with the DA's office, okay?
Yes, Sadie, this is
Before
the
we make
mother.
any kind of decision like that, that's out of our hands. But I need you to understand that I can help you. Okay? You've not helped yourself at all during this whole ordeal. You know that. You're not
Hi, sped
done.
teacher.
No way in shape
Welcome.
or form are you done, Maggie. You're smarter than this and what you've let on. You have lied repeatedly. More times than we, and to be honest, didn't you go on the news last night and say that TBI, who?
Christy.
You go on the news last night and tell that TBI is not doing our job.
Tell him.
You've been up
Tell
here
her.
100 times. How many TBI agents you see running around? How many Sullivan County investigators you see running around? How many FBI agents you see? We are breaking our backs to bring her home.
100%
And you go
Ginger
out there
Snip.
and do that. That bothers us. But again, we're not in it for anything but to get and bring her home. And you hold the key to that. So with that being said, we're the only ones that can help you. And what I mean by that, and I want you to hear me out, what I mean by that is that when we talk to that DA's office and they say, hey, what did she, well, they're going to say, hey, because we have talked to them, we know she's lied for 6 days now, 5 days, whatever it is. I haven't seen her. Many of us have not seen a full night's sleep in well over a week because of this.
Yes.
But when they go up
Precious
and
lavender
say,
buttons.
hey,
Yes, that's
what did
correct.
she tell you other than the lies? Because how many lies have you told us? How many? Dozens? Just say it. Let me help you. I'm here to help you. How many lies have you told us? A lot. Every day you've talked to us, right? I need to go to him, the DA, and say, look, I get it, she lied. She was a scared mother who didn't know what to do. Okay? But today, when he and I were in here and talked to us, when you first talked to him, she started to tell us the truth. That truth is what's going to be able for me and him to go to the DA and say, hey, we know she told all these lies. She's telling the truth now. We can help her. We'll go to bat for her. And that's what we're willing to do, is to go to bat for her. Regardless of how many lies you told, we can start over right now. And I can go back and you say, hey, look, she was scared. We just need to bring her home. Like, you need to help us do that. This is a start. But you should, again,
Pause it.
you
Just a
just need to
second.
understand my perspective.
So he asks her about lying to them, and she says, "Yes, I lied."
Well, there you
And
go.
so this has now been submitted as evidence.
Right.
She's just, I mean, that's
Well,
evidence.
that's one charge.
So, I mean, she's confessed to lying to them multiple times. That's what he
Mhm.
asked her.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the downside to submitting this as evidence, maybe.
But the defense,
At least for the cover-up part.
Yeah.
But I think they're almost. I don't even think they have a chance of losing that. I think they know they're going to lose the false reporting part anyway.
mhm.
I think it's the big charges that they're really going after.
Yes, I agree.
I think he knows that. I think they know that their chances of getting out of that are very low.
Right. Let's see. And yes, that is the guy that was on stand yesterday.
Yes.
And if there are any local trials in our future, we will definitely be there.
We
So.
will. And Diane was saying, hope we get to see interrogation videos like this in a local case soon.
Oh,
I hope so too. I want to see the interrogation, and I want to see that body cam footage when
All
they
of
first
it.
got there. That's what I really want to see.
all of it.
I think those two pieces of evidence will tell us everything.
Well, Diane, I think part of the reason this was so delayed is because of COVID. It pushed everything back, from my understanding.
She also had an attorney change in 2022.
That's right.
But I don't know the reason for that.
Yeah. I peeked ahead. Her dad's going to be on the stand soon.
Yeah. So a couple of people that have seen in the future here a bit are saying that it's going to get better.
Oh, well, I mean, I think we all want to see this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was, we had errands to do this morning, and we were debating on whether we should go live or not because of our errands. And I was like, just get them done. I'm going to be watching it anyway. Let's watch it with our friends.
Look at this body language too from these guys. I mean, they're leaning in,
Right.
they're good cops over right now. They're putting on the pressure.
I don't know, that guy is very nice.
It's firm but kind, but he's not.
Hi, Trishie.
He's letting her know where the line is, right?
Good morning. Welcome in. Auntie's getting her teeth cleaned, I think. So
Yes.
She'll be here before long, I'm sure. She can't stand it. She'll be here.
But I mean, she just looks cornered, right? I mean, they're just the visual. They are really going for,
Yeah, that's actually a good shot. Good
Yeah.
pause.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get back to it.
You've been lied to before. How did it make you feel?
Bad.
And that was over probably something trivial. A boyfriend lied to you about going out with a girl or something like that. We're trying to bring her home. Dozens of guys out here and women out here, and in Quantico, Virginia, Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia, are all working this thing. That's all we're working right now. To bring her home. Help me tell the DA she was finally the key that brought Evelyn home. I need you to be honest with us. Can you be honest with us?
I am being honest with you.
Is there any place other than here that she is that you know of?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Anything else you think might be important? Anything else
Diane,
you want to
that
tell
is
us?
so sweet.
Okay.
Yes.
Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
Thank you very much.
I mean, I can't go to
You're not under arrest.
We appreciate you all being here.
I say all that to say that to be
We
clear.
really do.
You're free to go. Just tell us you want to hang out here. That's fine. We'll continue to help you out. But again, the lies are over.
They are.
We can't help you unless you tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Okay. You're tired. You want to go outside?
Can I just stay here?
Yes. If you need anything, you know, come in the door.
Is Angie?
Who?
Angie?
She is.
Can I stay with her?
You want to sit there in here?
I'll stay with her in her office. You don't have to sit.
You'll be fine. Just sit tight. You got food here, okay? Is that right?
Thank you.
There's Megan.
And her hair does not look brushed in the back again.
Agent Fraley, is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I would move that as the next exhibit. Judge, may I approach the court reporter?
So this is going to be the cross-examination? Is that what? It's her attorney.
Yeah, I think so. This is what paused the whole thing
Hey,
yesterday.
Fraley, I
Yes.
want to, I guess, go back over some of the things she told you. You testified on your direct examination that she had told you she knew the baby was dead, not missing.
Correct.
Now, I didn't really see that initial thing in the video. Is that somewhere else? I mean, it's obvious from the context of what you all are talking about, but had that happened before that video?
Yeah, and in my notes, she'd also talked to other investigators, and that was the first day of the 6 days or whatever day we.
Okay. Trishy's saying, I missed who she's referring to as him. I think maybe Hunter, right? The boyfriend?
Rolling over?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Yes, that'd be
yes.
Hunter. Yeah.
Yes.
The one that owns the chicken shack. And I guess you tried to blame him for hiding the body.
I'm not sure.
Which question are you reading?
I'm actually precious lavender buttons. I'm not sure because they were not treating this as a criminal case. So
Well, at a point.
at a point, yes, but at the beginning,
Well, this is day 6 after she's lied to them multiple times. So the friendlier version
yeah, we probably missed that. Yeah.
probably did happen at the beginning. And now they're, they've sent agents in different states and searched all kinds of places and people. She blames it on her mother, this mysterious person in a camper, and everyone else. So she sent them on wild goose chases, which I'm sure they did not appreciate anyway.
Right. And then, do you think she's trying to
Look rumpled on purpose?
I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, I was always taught that, if you go to a court or a professional setting, you do your best to dress professionally and look your best. So I would think that just human nature. I don't know. Well, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe that's a good maybe that's a good
I don't know.
Maybe that's a good thing to garner sympathy. So, all right, I'm going to push play.
We were wrong, that she told us that she was dead instead of missing.
Okay. Do you know when did she tell you or did she tell someone else?
It was in other interviews, and again, we were all working together.
Okay.
And it, she'd, like I said, she'd talked with other investigators, but that was the first day. And then after that was revealed, that's when Detective Licklider and I brought her into this room and started talking to her again, trying to clarify.
Just so we can clarify a few things for the jury, I think it becomes apparent, but there's a lady in a jail uniform as this video starts.
Yes, sir.
That's Angela Boswell.
That's her, Megan's mother.
And
Yes, sir.
You all had arranged for her to be brought to the sheriff's department to meet with Megan.
Yes, sir. She asked to meet with her, and was able to do that.
And then as the video starts out, you start talking about he.
Yes, Rhonda.
A lot. And later the name Preston or Hunter Wood, because is that the he you all are talking about throughout that video?
Yes, sir. It is Hunter Wood that we referred to as her boyfriend.
And at some point, I guess the other thing I noticed just so that for the jury's context, in the video, you all refer to her as Maggie.
Yes, sir. Her name's Megan, but she was called Maggie. I think she told us that's what her nickname was from her real name.
That's what her family called her.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So she provided you with several locations that she thought the baby could be in.
Yes, sir.
And one of those was Tommy's property.
Yes, sir.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
The court TV's still up.
Yeah. Oh, it just went out for a second. Hold on. I think I'm just going to leave it.
Yeah.
Because it's getting ready to come right back. There we go.
Sure.
I'm sorry, could you,
Yes, sir. When was the body ultimately found?
March 6th of 2020.
Now, there's a conversation between you and Megan about the fact that you're not arresting her that day.
Yes, sir.
In fact, she was later arrested that night by Mr. Price, was she not?
I believe she was.
She did not end up leaving the Sullivan County
That's a
Detention
great
Center
question.
from the detention center and the sheriff's department are all connected together here.
Yes, sir. They're connected here. Their offices are in the same building.
One large building.
Yes,
connected.
sir.
Welcome
But
in,
she did
Rita.
not leave there from the time of that interview until she was arrested.
I don't think she did.
Now, when did you first search Tommy Boswell's property?
That would have been March 6th when Evelyn's body was found.
So was there some reason you didn't search the property from the time she told you on February 25th until March 6th?
I can't recall specifically why we didn't, other than she had told so many lies. We didn't know if this was true or not. So there wasn't solid evidence because she had lied so much that this was the truth. So
Are you certain the property wasn't searched before?
not by me. No, sir. It may have been searched, but
Was it searched by the TBI or do you know?
I don't recall. I wasn't out there until the 6th that I recall.
Okay.
There may have been other detectives, agents, FBI, Sullivan County, or even TBI for that matter.
As far as TBI goes, who was in charge of this at the time?
Agent Gratz was the case agent, David Gratz.
Who was the field office manager?
Christopher Wilhoit, he's the assistant special agent in charge.
What was your position at the time?
I was to assist Agent Gratz in the case.
Okay. So you went there one time to that property?
That I recall, yes, sir, on March 6th.
Probably showing you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 17. Agent Fraley, you previously identified this photograph as how the trash can was found when you
Yeah,
there.
yes, sir. It looks like the ones from yesterday.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, yes, sir.
All the monitors are off.
Yeah, no, I'm trying
Okay.
to, you have to look at the video.
Okay.
The power.
If you weren't here yesterday, that's the white trash can where they found Evelyn. And this is the entrance to the playhouse.
And I believe is this the position the trash can was in when you found it?
That's representative of, like I said, once the door was open, on how the trash can and the bags were there.
When you say it's representative, was the trash can moved and put back in place, or is that exactly how it was?
In this particular picture, I think that my best recollection is that's how it was. It wasn't. At some point in time, I did remove these and we stopped because the weight of the trash can, believing that Evelyn might be in that trash can. But like I said, my best recollection is that was the way it was when the door was open and we first saw that.
Okay. At some point after picking the trash can up, was it placed back in the same position for more photos?
I believe, yes, sir, it was.
Okay, so some of the photos we saw yesterday, the trash can was not exactly as you found it. It was to the best of your ability to put it back. Is that fair?
Yes, and this probably, well, I don't want to probably, but yes, that is correct. It was moved and then replaced. And then, like I said yesterday, we stopped and made some phone calls after we confirmed or believed that to be Evelyn's body.
And the trash bag, the black trash bag, that's ultimately where Evelyn's body is found.
Underneath, it looks like, yes, there was a black trash bag on top of the one that's in there.
Where did you find the body? And what I mean by that is, did you find the body in the trash can after you had removed it? They're giving you a pointer.
Oh,
so if you
okay.
need that. After you had
Thank you.
removed the trash can from the building, or were you still in the building when you found the body?
Best I can remember, sir, was, like I said, we opened that door and we saw those items. Now we had the knowledge of, she had said that there was maybe to look for a trash can. So that alerted us. Red flag went off, if you will. That time, I think I removed some items on top of that and maybe moved the can. But like I said, once I felt the can, it had some significant weight to it, more so than a regular trash can has household trash in it. Removed some items off the top of that, and then that's when I first saw the leg of Evelyn's body. Like I said, maybe replaced it or resituated best I can, stopped what we were doing, and made the appropriate phone calls.
So you say you replaced it.
Set it back, yes, close to.
Set the trash can back in. Did you set the stuff back in the trash can that was on top of the body?
I don't recall putting those items back on top. I think once those items were removed, and some of the items I remember specifically, there was a bread bag, an empty bread bag that was in that top portion of the trash. And I recall it having a September 2019 expiration date, which again alerted us that, hey, this wasn't there like the rest of that stuff I testified to was obvious to me. It had been there for years. And now you had these couple bags of trash in this can that looked out of place or looked more recent. And I think, after seeing that, opening that bread bag with that date, obviously that date gave us an idea that this was a window of time that was recent, that fit close to the proximity that Evelyn was reported missing.
Okay. So the black trash bag in Exhibit 17, it appears to be pressed down in the trash can. Is
Yes,
that correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
So at some point you took it out of the trash can.
Yes, sir. That was, as I best recall, that was the first thing removed from that can.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Is that the same black trash bag?
Yes, sir. As best I recall, you could only see that portion in that last picture, and that's after it's kind of been opened.
Okay.
To inspect the contents inside.
Okay. So that picture was taken after you open the door, obviously. You take the trash bag out of the can, or did you?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, I think I did, because to inspect the bigger bag that was down in the bottom of the can with Evelyn's body.
Okay, did you place the black trash bag back in the can?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, once we confirmed that was Evelyn's body or what we believed to be, we stopped. But I can't remember if I placed it back in there or set it to the side.
Now, I assume there's a protocol to how you all would handle a scene like this. Could you
Yes.
walk me through that?
Well, typically, like I said, this was a looking for Evelyn's body, because based off of what the phone call had come in to come there to search for items that he had said had been brought there and placed in the yard barn. We found those items. I think Special Agent Gratz and Haraz with the Sheriff's Department started looking, inspecting, and made the decision to take that. And then the process of that led us to the just to look in the playhouse
Thank you.
where we found these items.
Stop.
So for protocol, I guess there's not a checklist to start looking, but once items are found, the protocol is to photograph those, bag those, seal those bags, mark those bags, and ultimately send them to our TBI labs for examination.
And I assume the protocol would be not to contaminate other pieces of evidence there. You want to keep everything as separate as possible.
As best we can.
You described the situation where you all placed her body on a clean body bag.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said y'all put wax paper on the porch prior to doing that.
I think it was like butcher paper, this rolled butcher paper, then the body bag on top of that. And then as we were removing the contents of the trash can, it was onto the body bag.
The black bag, when you inspected it, anything significant in it?
Like I said, the only thing that sticks out is that bread bag with the date. Kind of, like I said, that other stuff had been there for years, it appeared to me, and the others. And this appeared to be recent, and that date on that bag, I recall.
If I could approach the court reporter, Judge.
Looks like he's going to try to find some procedural mistake or, with the crime scene. That's what looks like he's poking around trying to find something like that. Is that kind of how you're reading this?
Yes.
I missed the date on the bread bag. What date was that?
September 2019.
Okay.
I was listening to it while I was going to the restroom.
I'm writing that down. List.
That's important, I think.
What?
About 2019.
Oh yeah, I think so.
What were you writing down?
Oh, she was recommending this video to watch.
Well, I was saying it's ironic that Middley went with his girlfriend to see that concert last year. Did you know that?
Oh, I didn't realize it. No, I didn't.
That's who he went to see.
Oh. So 919 specifically on that bread.
Agent Fraley, I'm showing you what's been marked as
Good morning, Tony and Callie.
Exhibit 11. You recognize that?
That looks like, yeah, that's one of the pictures introduced yesterday.
Okay. What
That's the playhouse with the door open, showing the trash can inside the doorway.
and that's the front porch of the where you ultimately place the body bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could, do you have that pointer still?
Yes, sir.
Could you point for the jury and show them where you placed the paper, where you placed the bag?
Can you raise that? Does that raise up anymore? Okay, yeah,
Is
that's,
that better?
yeah, it was on this porch right here.
And take that one down.
I'll pause real quick and just say something to Trishy. Trishy, I think we talked about this a long time ago, or in chat anyway. Our daughter, little E, went through leukemia 4 years ago. So we completely understand what you've been through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know,
So
we can completely
sure we
relate.
have similar stories.
Yes.
But I'm glad your child was successful there too. 2.5 years is a long time.
Yes.
But thank God for that.
And, you know, I'm going to brag on Middle E for a second. Middle E actually gave his bone marrow to his sister and ultimately saved her life.
He was the only match.
Yeah.
So he you know, so it was, yeah.
And so we're all doing our best to support him on his journey now. So trying to keep our hopes up, and, you know, I'm going to stop talking about that because I'll start crying. So
Yeah,
I'm going to go back. Sorry.
But anyway, but we do understand where you've been on your
Yeah.
journey too.
And prayers for you as well.
And can't imagine the hours and hours it takes to prep for a case like this. Mrs. E, I'm glad you're not watching this alone. It's so heavy on the heart, but this chat definitely helps. It does.
It does. And actually I really enjoy it because it's very intimate. We can, you know, I don't know. It's just very nice to be here with you guys. Cause like I said, I'm going to watch it regardless. Tomorrow we've got like, I think 5 doctor's appointments total. So, 5 tomorrow. So, I don't know if we're going to be able to make that work tomorrow, but we'll try.
Same, Diane. We never would have even dreamt of doing a true crime podcast at all, if not for the Sebastian case.
Yes.
Would never even, if you had told us that we would be doing this a year ago today,
No, we would have laughed.
Would have been
at
like,
your
"Are you out of
faces.
your mind? What are you
Yes.
talking about?" But here we are.
It
But yeah,
grabbed hold of
this
us.
got us too.
Actually, if we could go back to that for just a minute.
Okay.
Over here on the side, can you see what looks to be like it's wire?
This right here.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you another picture.
Okay.
Does that appear to be the same wire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that appears to be an accurate representation of the porch at some point during that night.
Yes, sir.
We'd move this as the next exhibit, Judge.
$46.
Go.
Let me see everybody over here.
We believe that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Rosebud's comment saying that you're a good looking couple too.
This one, I would believe that too. We'll
No.
take that too. Thank you. That's sweet of you.
We have been through a lot. We have our oldest child has severe autism. I guess low functioning is what people are calling it these days. And then, you know,
Agent
our
Crowley,
daughter.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that was one of the photos introduced yesterday depicting the removal of the trash bag containing Evelyn's body from the can onto the body bag.
And that was done on the front of the porch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was at the time you all did that, the wire and stuff, was that kept away from that body bag, or?
Best I recall, we moved those items in order to clear the front porch to do this.
Okay, to keep from contaminating anything. That's
Well, to provide room as a flat space, the most convenient place for that. But it was, like I said, right there on the front porch. I think it was moved off to the side of the playhouse.
if we could go back to the last, actually. We'll put back up exhibit 46.
You know, I always assumed Rosebud's name
Exhibit
came from
46, I'm
Citizen
showing you
Kane.
around the wire and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Does it appear to you that there's some leaves and debris under the wire?
I can't make out. I'm sorry. I can't make out exactly what that is.
I've heard some.
It's
Sorry,
like
one
paint to
second.
me.
Hold on. I want to address this. Women's Warrior says, Mr. and Mrs. E, I can't even begin to imagine having not once, but twice a serious illness of your children. And then it makes me so angry that Megan does something like this to her child. So sad. It's funny you say that because I had similar words come out of
Yes.
my mouth when Middle East started having his problems. So, but we have to believe that God has a plan for all of us. And, help me because I'm going to start crying.
You're just capturing the sentiment that Mrs. E has felt. Also watching these parents that dispose of their children like trash. And then you have so many others, some of you that have, fight tooth and nail to keep your children here. It is,
disheartening to say the least.
Yeah.
So
people don't know the gifts they have.
right.
So
And as we were saying yesterday, had sight unseen, Megan knocked on our door and said, "Please take my baby." We would have been like, "Absolutely,
Sure.
let's take her." So, and I know many of you would have feel the same way. So, I'm gonna go ahead and hit play.
Do you recognize what that is?
Like I said, that's a little clearer picture. That's not.
What is that a picture of?
It looks to be a portion of that picture.
Sorry.
Is it up in this portion here? That area, is that a zoomed in
Yes,
of that area?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little clear.
Okay, and do you recognize that picture that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it looks to be the middle portion of that. And it's a little clear now that it does appear leaves, maybe some grass or hay or something there underneath that wire in this area.
Okay.
And also it appears maybe 2 insect pupae right there.
If I may, I would ask that the picture is identified with the next exhibit.
Objection.
No, no objection.
Consent.
We'd ask to publish this at this time. Agent Fraley, is that a better
Yes, sir.
picture for you to
Yes,
describe
sir.
to the jury?
It is.
I believe you said you saw some leaves.
Yes, sir. It looks like maybe right there.
Uh-huh.
And that might, that area right there is on what I said looked like grass or hay, possibly.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry,
Oh,
those two right there is what it said looked like insect.
You described those as pupae?
Yes, that's,
You talked about pupae yesterday. What's pupae?
it's just where an insect, once an egg is formed, it's formed as larva. In the middle of that stage before it fully develops into an adult, that's the stage of that.
Okay, so the egg would be laid and then it forms into, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
That pupae, do they move on their own?
Yes, they're living organisms, and they feed, which, like I testified yesterday, it's common with human decomposition that the eggs are laid on that decomposing human flesh, and that's where they develop from there.
You say they're living organisms, but in fact, a pupae is an insect in its inactive, immature form between larva and adult.
It's in the middle.
It's an inactive form.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So they don't crawl around, do they?
Like I said, the eggs are laid and then they develop into an adult.
Okay, that's the stage before they become larvae, which would move around.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about the so when you found the body in the trash can, it was in a bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evelyn had leaves in her hair.
I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Okay, were there any leaves in that trash can?
I don't recall.
You
the
say you don't.
leaves.
When you say you don't recall, I guess I want you to clarify that you say I don't remember. Are you saying I don't remember, or I
Well,
don't remember?
even reviewing the pictures yesterday, I don't remember saying, I mean, it's been 5 years, but even reviewing those, I don't remember seeing leaves inside of those.
So you don't think there were leaves in the trash can or her hair?
Like I said, I don't remember seeing those even after the review of those photographs yesterday.
Okay. I want to talk about the body. Obviously, when you find it, you had to move it to some degree.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would have done your best to have placed it back you moved it out of the trash can and then placed it back like it was, I'm assuming.
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what you did.
Are you talking about removing the body and then putting it back in?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay,
That's incorrect.
okay, tell me.
No, once we went into the playhouse, opened that door, saw what we saw, the trash can, the 2 bags that, like I said, were obvious to us that they didn't match everything else in that playhouse. It was, and then confirming, like I said, with the information that Megan had provided to us, that the trash can was in play. That first black bag removed, and then I talked about the empty bread bag that had expiration date. That confirmed this wasn't in the time frame of this other stuff with the dust and the cobwebs. Pulled that off, and that's when the odor of decomposition appeared or was present, and then pulled that fleece blanket back, and then that's when I saw the leg and the foot. That's when we stopped at that point. Then made our phone calls, forensic pathology, medical examiner, DA's office, and our chain of command.
So I assume you made as minimal of movement as the body as possible.
Yes, sir. Again, because we were, number one, trying to confirm if that was her. We were optimistic and hopeful it was. And once we verified that, at that point, we stopped and waited on them for guidance.
But it would be fair to say you moved the body.
Absolutely. We did.
You had
But
to be-
like I said, not from the trash can and then
Right.
put it back.
But you had
just-
to move it within the trash can in order to see what you're seeing.
No, again, just pulled the blanket back and saw that leg and foot. We didn't, the body wasn't moved. Now, it may have moved when we moved the trash can, but we didn't physically touch the body, remove it, and replace it.
So fair to say you didn't try to move it, but when you moved the trash can, it could have moved.
Yes, sir, absolutely could have moved.
Judge, could I have just a minute? Did you collect any evidence there yourself? I know, and what I'm saying is typically, at least for the jury, I'll explain the question. I know you know what I'm asking you, but typically a lot of law enforcement people are there. One person may collect this, one person may collect that. Did you collect any of the evidence there?
I recall when we first got there and we were in that yard barn where all that evidence was. I think Gratz wanted, Special Agent David Gratz wanted all of that taken. I think I assisted in that. And then, like I said, then went to the playhouse, found Evelyn's body, was active in processing that. Those bags, what wasn't sent to the forensic center for autopsy, which included Megan's body and the clothing, the blanket. Those other items were collected. They were transferred from that scene over to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, where we continued to process. But I think I was party to that as well. So I think to answer your question, what you're getting at, if I collected evidence items, and yes, I did.
Do you know which items?
I'd have to look at those lists because they were, it was voluminous in the items that were collected. It was dozens, I believe. I'd have to see that list to refresh my memory.
Because that's all the questions I have for Agent Fraley. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. Agent Fraley, Mr. Scott asked you some questions about the moving of the body after you located it in the trash can. When you first saw the trash can and the black bag that was in there, how would you describe them as far as where they were positioned in the trash can?
Like I said, trash can, as we've seen in these photographs, the black bag was on top. Then you see it kind of opened. That's where the bread bag was. After that was removed, then was the white trash bag. After that is opened, then the next thing visible was the gray and white fleece blanket. Pulled that back, and that's when I first saw the legs. So if that answers your question.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, was the black trash bag just sitting on the top, or had it been pushed down inside, or did you have to, in other words, did you have to pull it out of
I pulled it out, yes, sir.
Okay. And the white trash bag, again, was it pushed down in there? Or did you?
Yes, it was compressed almost to a degree of compression that it created like a vacuum coming out when we removed the bag from the can.
Okay, so it wasn't just gently placed.
No,
on top of it.
absolutely not.
All right. And to the extent that you have already testified, you did not in any way, once you located the body in the trash can, manipulate it, pull it out. You didn't pull the trash bag up to look and see what else was in there. You all didn't do anything else with that until the medical examiner arrived.
No, like I said, we stopped. And even once it was removed, it was a gentle process where it was removing the bag containing the body, tilting that can onto the body bag on the.
Thank you, Agent Fairley. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, John.
Every cross. The trash can, you all moved it outside of the building before the medical examiner got there.
I can't remember exactly, but that we could have moved that to the front porch to remove that black bag with the bread bag and then placed it back. I can't say 100% if that was done, but it could have been.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Is he need to be made on under subpoena?
I have served an additional subpoena on him should he be needed later.
Agent Fairley, thank you for your testimony in this case. You're still under subpoena, so you'll need to remain on.
Okay.
Okay, we'll skip.
Congratulations to Brown Eyed Girl and Sadie for your victories over your
Tommy Boswell.
chronic illnesses there too.
Unless anyone, do any of the jurors need grace?
I agree, Narita. I that's kind of like why I like watching this with all you guys, because we can kind of just go through it together. Hi, Yaya, welcome. Hope nothing's wrong. Hope it's just a checkup. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward, guys. What do you say?
Happy birthday to your husband, Bliss.
Oh boy. Here comes her dad. The next person on the stand is going to be Megan's dad. This is Tommy Boswell.
Angel Boswell.
Okay, here we go. I listened to a little bit of this when I was getting ready.
This
And
is
ooh,
the father that made the CPS report and whose property where the body was found.
wait, what? Welcome in.
I thought you were actually
Aw.
saying, wait, what?
Angel Wings, thank you so much. We have a lot of support. We have really good friends and great family. Auntie dropped everything
Tommy Boswell.
to come help us.
Yes, sir.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, scoot like Judge asked, scoot up close to that microphone.
All right. How's
There
that?
you go. That's better.
Oh, now we're
You're Tommy
talking.
Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Boswell, where do you live?
543 Muddy Creek Road, Blountville.
All right. Is that here in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
And you are the father of the defendant, Megan Boswell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
She's your daughter? Okay. And Evelyn is your granddaughter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Megan's mother, who was she?
Angel Boswell
All right.
or Jones.
Okay. And two of you, are you still married?
No, we've been divorced since 16.
2016?
Yes.
How long were you all married?
17, 18 years. Something like that.
Okay. Megan lived with the two of you when she was growing up?
Mainly lived with my mom and dad.
Okay. And where did they live?
Right below me. We lived on the same piece of property.
Okay. There on Muddy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you have problems with Megan that eventually led to her being placed in foster care?
Well, it's her mother's fault for not sending her to school. And she'd come to stay with me. And then she wanted to go stay with her mom. I said, you got school. We got to go to court Friday. And I said, you don't go to school tomorrow. I said, they will send you off. Well, she went to stay with her mom. Mom didn't send her to school. Went to court. Stayed Tucker.
Okay. Now, let's back up a little bit. This was after you and Angel were divorced.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. How old was Megan when all this took place?
The divorce or which part?
When Megan went into foster care?
I think she's about 17.
Okay. She in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while Megan was in foster care, were you aware that she had a child?
Yeah.
Okay.
Agree.
And
Precious
was that
lavender
child?
buttons.
That was Evelyn, my granddaughter.
All right. Do you remember when she was born?
I'm so nervous today. I can tell you the date if
All right. Just November 2018.
that's right.
Sound
yeah.
about right? Okay. During this time that she was in foster care, were you working with DCS to get her back into your custody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I done everything in my power.
Okay. What sorts of things were they having you do?
I'd meet the foster care parents on different weekends. We went to church events, different things like that. And then they finally let me get her on the weekends, and then she'd come over and stay.
All right. And she had Evelyn during this time with her?
No, Evelyn wasn't born then.
Okay. Did you do that after Evelyn was born?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Evelyn was born while she was in foster
Foster
care,
care,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did Megan or Maggie come back to live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay.
But it was after Evelyn was born.
All right. Okay. So Evelyn's born in November 2018.
Yes, sir.
So it was some point in time after that.
Me too,
I
PJ.
can't remember exactly the dates, but she was real little whenever they come back.
All right. And that's when you say she came back, was that to your house there at Muddy Creek?
Muddy Creek, yeah.
Okay.
Megan and Evelyn come
Okay.
back to my place.
So they were both living there with you. Who else was in the house at the time?
I had my little daughter and my son, and then my soon-to-be ex-wife was there.
Okay.
And she had her little boy part-time.
All right. When you say soon-to-be ex-wife, that's someone different than Angel, correct?
Yes, this is Ashley.
Ashley. And when you say Ashley, what's
Rosie.
her
She
last
seems
name?
really
Ashley
nervous.
Rosenbaum. Okay. Were the two of you married at that time or dating?
No, not that time. We were engaged.
Okay. All right. When Megan came back to live with you, was she working? Did you help her out? How did she support herself?
I support her.
Okay.
I support her when she's with them people.
All right.
Bought her whatever she needed and give her money and stuff.
Okay. Well, tell the jury, because we don't know what sorts of things did you do to help her out?
I give her money. She had my credit card number. She'd get stuff on it. I mean, if she needed anything, the baby needed anything, I seen to it that they had it.
Okay. We heard some information that came out earlier today about Megan having a car. Did you have anything to do with that?
I bought her a brand new car, paid cash for it, get $20,000 cash for it, and her the title to it.
Did you help out with expenses for taking care of Evelyn
Yes, sir.
while she was living there?
Yeah, I bought everything while she was there.
Okay.
Bought diapers.
Muted. We're muted. Sorry. It's funny that you say that, Woman's Warrior, because I muted the microphone and whispered in Mr. E's ear, "Isn't that KP's family's name?"
It's up in that area.
And it's up in that area because they're on the Tennessee-Virginia border.
Yeah. So maybe a distant relative of some kind.
Don't know. I just thought that was odd too.
It is strange.
I don't think we're muted anymore, are we, guys?
No, not now, I don't think.
Okay. I'll go ahead and hit play. It was just odd.
Jeannie's just whatever baby needed.
So how long did Megan and Evelyn end up staying there at the house with you?
I don't know exactly. I don't want to lie to you. Just a few months. It wasn't that long.
Okay. Just a few months?
Yeah.
Well, what happened that caused her not to be living with you anymore?
Not cleaning her room, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my two little ones. Ashley had her boy part-time. And then we had Megan and my granddaughter. And Megan didn't want to clean her room. And that's causing problems between me and her.
So did she leave your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did she go from there?
I think she went to my mom's for a few days, and then she she went up to the trailer park.
Okay. Judge, could I see exhibit number 1? Should be a diagram. I mean, I'm sorry, not 26. Mr. Boswell, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Brown-eyed girl. Yes, it is the dad.
An accurate diagram of your property where you live out there on Muddy Creek. You recognize
Yes, his
that?
name's
Yes.
Tommy Boswell.
And if you're looking at the diagram up there at the top, it says Tommy Boswell trailer.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living? Is that where you live?
That's a house. It's not
Okay.
a trailer.
Okay. And then down below that,
Back to
looks
this
like
drawing.
it's residence. Is that the trailer where your mom was
Yeah,
living?
that's where my mom lives.
Okay. So she left your place up at the top there, Tommy Boswell.
That's
And
funny.
then she moved just down, same piece of property, but there to,
Yeah.
to where it shows as a residence.
Until her and Ashley got the trailer cleaned up and ready for her to move into it.
Okay. All right.
Rosebud, you're making me laugh today.
Now, do you know how long she lived there at your mom's residence?
No, I don't, sir. I mean,
Was it a long
I
time?
stay,
Weeks, months?
no, maybe a week or two. It wasn't long.
Okay. So where did she go from there?
Hi, R.
Taylor.
Taylor. Taylor, welcome
When
in.
you say,
Trailer park.
okay. Did you or your son, family members own a trailer park?
Yeah.
You're referring to it as a trailer park. But
Yeah.
we don't
Yeah.
know what that is.
Yeah, we owned a trailer park and we give her a trailer.
Okay. Where was this trailer park located?
I can't even think the name of that road.
Is it here in Sullivan
Yeah,
County?
it's in Sullivan County. It's Sugar. I can't even think the name of that road, sir.
Did you say Sugar?
I think it's Sugar something. Is it Sugar Holler?
Sugar Hollow. Okay.
Is that the name of it?
Okay. Well, I can't answer that. I'm asking questions. So
Okay.
you got to answer.
Yeah.
All right. So was that something you owned or your son owned or
My
who-
son owned it.
Okay. Your son owned it. So how was it? Explain to me exactly what happened as far as Megan's living arrangements were concerned there at the trailer park.
What do you mean? She
Well,
didn't have to pay no rent, no light bill. I mean, she didn't pay no bills. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking.
Okay. So you had a trailer out there and you let her go live there.
Yeah, and I paid all the bills.
Okay. Did she live there by herself or who lived there with her?
As far as I know, heard this her and Evelyn.
Okay. Do you remember when this was that she moved into that trailer?
Goodness, no, I don't, sir.
Okay. Would you say,
All this stuff I've tried to put back in my brain and to want to forget it, and I'm trying my best to remember it. And
well, I appreciate that. Okay. So she and Evelyn are living in this trailer by themselves out on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes, speak up.
yes, sir.
Okay.
I see you shaking.
Oh, he's getting really upset.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
It's terrible.
I
You need a
know.
minute. Let us know.
Well,
It's
good.
hard.
Okay. Did you ever go out and see Megan and Evelyn when they lived there at the trailer?
A few times.
Did you see the condition of the trailer, what it looked like?
Most of the time I'd stay outside. She'd come outside to be pretty because I'd look around, pick up garbage and stuff.
So
But a couple times I went in, but not that much.
Did she have Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
When you were out there? Okay. So did there come a point in time at which you realized Megan was no longer living there in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Nah, I don't remember the dates.
did you do something as a result of the fact that Megan was no longer?
Oh,
living
yeah.
there?
I told her, I said, if you're not going to live there, I said, you need to let it snow. I said, we need to rent that.
And did you do something?
Yeah, I told her, I said, if you're going to live with Hunter, I said, you move your stuff out.
And did she do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to clean it out or do anything to it before you could re-rent the trailer?
There's a guy worked with us. He took care of the park, as you say. He got free rent, and he cleaned it up and done stuff like that and mowed. And
Well, do you remember what the condition of the trailer was when Megan moved out?
it was pretty dirty.
Okay. Did he have to do anything, or did you have to pay to have anything done to the trailer to be able to re-rent it?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that?
Just cleaned all the furniture and stuff out and cleaned it up, and they had to replace some of the floor, which was bad.
Did Megan leave anything behind in the trailer, or you know? Did she take her? Well, let me ask you this way: did she take all her stuff with her?
I didn't go through the trailer.
Okay. This
But
guy that you hired.
He did, and I told him, I said, whatever's left, she said she didn't want, and I said, there's a truck there, load it in the truck, take it to landfill. That's what we done. Whoever moved out, we clean them out. That's what we do.
Okay. So you loaded up a bunch of stuff in the truck and hauled it out, or had this guy do that?
Yeah. Mhm.
All right. Do you know where Megan was staying? You said she was no longer living
She's
in the
supposed to have been
trailer.
living with Hunter.
Okay. Is that Hunter Wood?
Yes.
All right. Was that, as far as you know, was that her boyfriend at the
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you met Hunter?
Hold on. Auntie just got here. You want to give her the rundown?
Sure.
I have been listening off and on. I just missed the part where he took the stand, the father, and I did hear most of the testimony from the TBI agent.
Okay, cool.
Good.
All right. Well, great. Well, then we don't have to tell you anything other than it was really weird that his ex-wife's last name is Rosenbaum. Very strange.
Tommy's ex-wife.
Yeah.
And thank you, R. Taylor, for being a member for 4 months.
Yes. Thank you, R. Taylor.
This
And please continue to pray for R. Taylor's son.
the dad here did get a little bit emotional about 10 minutes ago. It was pretty pitiful, actually.
I missed that part when I was coming in and trying to get set up.
He had a little moment and he kind of kept looking over it.
Auntie, your teeth look great.
Thanks. We went to the strawberry patch too to pick strawberries very quickly.
Here, you know what? I'll put you up high. I don't like looking at myself. There you go. What was I going to say? How was the strawberry patch?
Oh man, they're as big as the palm of your hand. Some of them, they were gigantic.
Oh,
I'll
wow.
have to, when we visit, I'll have to come and do that.
Oh yeah, they had all kinds: kale, broccolini, and tons of strawberries.
Also, I want everybody to keep in mind, though, that, Tommy's got a checkered past as well.
He does. Yeah.
So, attempted murder. Oh, there went the monetization. Mr. E was doing so good. Yeah. I looked at our, the ad revenue. Everybody, it's funny how many people who don't have ad revenue on their pages talk about people getting ad revenue. I think, from the one on Sunday, I think we're up to $9. So,
Hey,
woohoo!
Granny says you can't see me.
Who?
Granny says you can't see me on screen.
I don't know.
I don't know.
know.
I'll look on.
She said I can't see you.
Well, let's see. I'll have to look. I don't know.
She said no.
Can you guys see Auntie? Well, obviously, people in chat were saying hello to you.
Well,
I think it's a granny problem.
Okay.
And when we say granny, we mean our mother, Gran-E. So
I can see you fine. So I just pulled it up. So you're there.
we can all see you.
He's probably behind and has paused it, and I haven't come up yet.
That might be. That might be.
I'd say that's what it is.
There you go.
Mom.
I told her to go out and go back in.
That's probably it. Yeah, the whole family has a criminal history here. Tommy, the mother, the
Yeah.
boyfriend. I mean, they're all have a violence and addictions and all kinds of issues.
Our Taylor, we will be praying for you. We understand how difficult that is.
I am sorry to hear that. We were talking. It was his son, right? Is that what he was saying?
Our Taylor.
Our Taylor's son.
Mm-hmm.
I always say he. I don't even know if our Taylor. I think
I
we
think
figured out
our
as a
Taylor.
she.
I don't.
I don't remember.
I always
got into
assume
my-
a she, but I'm a girl, and you assume an e
I
because
know.
you're.
I guess I've always assumed our Taylor must be a male, but I don't know why. But anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. But we'll be praying for you on
Bliss
that.
Blessings likes that we call her Granny. Well, we call her, nickname in the family with all the grandkids is Granny. So we just thought we'd throw an e on the end. Aw, thank you.
I just sent her the message. Can you see me now? But I haven't heard back yet.
Well, can she just not walk in the room and see that you're on camera?
Well, she knows I'm on camera and she hears me talking, but she couldn't see me. And she's sitting in her room watching.
Our
I
Taylor
bet.
says, I am a woman and he is my son.
I'll probably still get it wrong because once I get something stuck in my head that way,
Yeah, you're bad like that.
I just will probably.
But yes,
yeah.
Granny
You see me
is
now.
our
Hey, Granny.
mother, and she lives with Aunt E, far, far away from us, and it makes me sad all the time. So, but we're very, very close. So obviously, anyway, I'm going to go back to the thing because I am.
I'm anxious to hear him.
Yeah.
Not at that time, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when the first time that you met Hunter was?
Goodness. It was either when she come up Earth Angel to get my two little ones, or when we went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, or Pigeon Fords.
Okay. So you went
Done
with,
that.
well, let me ask you this. Who did you go to? Pigeon Forge with?
Hunter, my son, and his family, and me and my family, and Megan and Hunter went.
Okay.
And when was that
Sorry.
again?
I got to say something. real
That
quick.
was
I don't know if any of you guys saw the Hunter interview, because when I was going through this, preparing for this case, I watched the Hunter interview a number of times on the news. He said that he had never met Evelyn and acted like that he had a very breezy relationship with Megan. But now the dad's telling us that they're going on trips to Gatlinburg together with families, his family and her family. So
But this was after she was gone, isn't this is after she's gone?
this is after Evelyn's gone. But what I'm saying is that the way Hunter portrayed it on the news was that it was a very breezy, like not made it sound like it was more, I guess a breezy relationship. I don't want to say bad words, but more
Casual.
of a casual relationship. And this is obviously not casual. Also, I would just like to point out how good I am at pausing.
You've got it down. I like that. I like the pose.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, what did I just went away.
the
from it.
day after Christmas or the day before Christmas. I can't remember exactly.
All right. So it's around Christmas.
Mhm.
You met Hunter.
Yeah.
Who was he there with Megan?
Yeah.
All right.
I could have met him before that and don't remember it now. I don't want to lie to you, but
Okay.
that's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did your trip there at Pigeon Forge, did Megan have Evelyn with her at the time?
No, sir.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Yes, I asked her
Okay. You asked her what?
where Evelyn's at.
Okay. Did she tell you?
Said that Ethan had her.
Okay. Do you know who Ethan was?
Yeah, I met Ethan. He's a nice young man. I thought a lot of Ethan.
Okay. And who did you think Ethan was at that time? Or who did she say Ethan was?
Well, they used to date,
Okay.
but she said Ethan was the father.
Okay.
And he wanted to see Evelyn. He'd been in the Army. So I said, I'm going to stand back. If he's going to man up and want to see his child, I'm going to let him see her for a while. Then after a while, I said, enough's enough. It's my turn.
Okay. So at that time, when you went on this trip, she told you Evelyn's with Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay. After this trip to Pigeon Forge, Did you see Megan after Christmas?
Here or there, very rarely.
I'm sorry. Could you
Just
see
here or there, not that much.
Here, there. Okay. Did you see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Did you ever, in those times that you saw Megan after Christmas, did you ever ask her, hey?
Yes, I asked her numerous times.
And he's shaking.
And what did she tell you?
She kept coming up different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. First, let me back up. I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm going to do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her or something. And it just.
Oh, okay.
Fire.
Hold on. So Castle's saying, hold on. Castle's, so are they saying that Evelyn already had CPS in her life? Is that
No,
what he said?
she means because she was in foster care when she had Evelyn. Somebody, so I think she means she was already involved with CPS before. In that respect, that's the way I read it.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No. Last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
You might want to write that down.
So,
Thanksgiving.
At some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah, I told her and I told her mom.
Okay. What did you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
All right. And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
Right, Castle. I get what you're saying.
I don't know. I can't remember all their names.
Okay. Was it somebody at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told them I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah.
your granddaughter? Okay.
And then I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance. Said her name.
Okay. Well, I can't answer questions from you, Mr.
Oh, well, I'm
Boswell.
sorry,
So
but I
if you
can't remember
that's
everybody's
fine. If
name.
you don't, that's fine as well.
I think that's her name, Miss Constance.
Okay.
I'm saying it right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah.
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It was long. Detectives was up there, best I can remember.
All right. So after you report it, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes, sir.
come to talk to you.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, Rita.
Did you
Welcome in.
cooperate with them?
Oh, 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I give them permission to do anything.
All right. Do they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something is going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah. We stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020, calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Have you ever switched phones with anybody in your life?
If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the first.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
Which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
Oh, when I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking.
Okay.
They used to switch their phones all the time.
Okay. When you say they, are you talking about
But Megan and Ashley, they'd switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards.
Okay.
And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and prayed and, I mean, done everything I could to help them. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put in down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, well, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
Okay. I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again?
Well, that's kind of big.
Yes.
Her car, him remembering seeing her car backed up there, because that would blow up that whole story with Hunter doing it.
Well, he is talking about the storage building, not the playhouse.
Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6.
Or they're both beside each other, though, right?
Exhibit 6 again.
One's
Yes.
behind the
All there should be there's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your stand, witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you push the button, can you describe a vehicle being backed up next to the shed? Can you on there
Let's see.
point where?
This one right here.
Okay. You've indicated on there what's
Right there, it's got a roll up
all
door.
right. That's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right. And so after you showed that to the law
We
enforcement
went down
officers,
there, I rolled the door up, there's a pile full of stuff. And as I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back her dad had built for her. They said, can we look at that? And I said, do what you need to do.
okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed,
Mm-hmm.
all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like
All right.
that.
Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep in there.
Okay. All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to, let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
See. I can't really see it from here. It's right there,
Okay. Is that what's been
That-
marked as the playhouse?
playhouse.
All right.
Yeah, as I was walking away, I said, that's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan.
All right. And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05. He built a barn, and when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber, and they made he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it? Or
As far as I know, no.
okay. And again, in the months leading up to sheriff's office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell,
Mhm.
in order to get onto the property, is there any gates or?
Yeah, I got a
anything?
fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it and the gate opens.
Okay. And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive. You can't
No,
drive.
no. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No.
Did
Gate ain't open.
did Megan have a key fob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she could get on the property if she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
No,
Okay. Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
no,
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
yes,
You remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with a drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the shed?
Yeah,
playhouse?
yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell's identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection? The full exhibit number 48. You just went away. You did something. I mean, I don't think you did it. Just before you stood up, it went away. Hold on.
We're back.
Yeah, I can see it.
Look at that, Auntie.
What's oh mommies?
A great question.
Oh mommy's residence?
I believe it's the grandmother.
Okay.
Judge, I think I'm just going
I'm going to turn this in.
Just so you guys know, Mr. E is
Let's see if that
going to make burgers for lunch, so he stepped away for a minute.
And Sally said, so did they only find Evelyn because of the dad?
The dad actually called CPS when he had not seen his granddaughter since Thanksgiving. And this was in February of 2020.
And he did tell them that they could search his property.
Yes.
So it must be the grandmother. You know, it's very clean on the outside.
Well, they have about, I think I looked it up. I think they have about 10 acres there. And he also works, his property is, he uses it for his work as well. They do paving. And apparently they own a trailer park.
Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's residence.
Yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear, the jury doesn't get confused. Omami's.
Yeah.
Who is that, or what? Is
That's
that?
my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname.
Okay.
We all just start calling her.
Okay. So that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Because the last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there,
Mhm.
there was a camper that was sitting in front of the trailer. That camper was not sitting there
No,
back
no,
in 2020.
no,
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as
Everything else is actually the same.
positions of the buildings.
Yeah, other than the camp.
Okay, that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would,
Okay,
any
you're
questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink.
Tell you what, before you start, let's take our morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please.
Okay.
Do you want to fast forward?
Yeah, sorry. I had gotten a text message regarding a different case. Let me see.
Everybody's telling what they're having for dinner tonight.
Maybe seated, but Mr. Boswell, during this break, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you.
Okay.
You can step down. We'll get you a bottle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's the benefit of being behind.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Mr. You can-
Welcome in, Spooky
Boswell,
Life.
I want to ask you just a few
Cheryl.
questions, follow up on your direct examination testimony.
Yes, sir.
Initially, I'll start going backwards. We saw that drone video of your property. When was that taken? Do you know?
He stated the date. I don't remember dates and times.
That was taken after this investigation
Yeah.
had commenced.
Yeah.
Correct. After Evelyn's body had been found, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And talked about you have a gate
Yes, sir.
clicker, and I think you volunteered in your direct testimony that appeared on the drone video. If someone wanted to walk into that property, they just have to walk around the fence. It's not, you could walk in there.
Yeah,
easily.
you can walk in there.
It's not secured that someone couldn't walk in there.
Right.
And you said that Megan had a opener to the gate.
Yeah.
What kind of openers are those?
It's like a little key fob thing, and you stick them on your sun visor, just like your garage door opener, sort of.
Okay. And that was something she kept in her car?
Yeah.
So anyone who had her car would potentially have that. Is that reasonable?
Yep, somebody had her car.
You talked about a day that you saw Megan backed up to that yard barn with her trunk open.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her that day?
No, I was in a hurry. My boy, I think, had a seizure or something going on, and I had to get back up the hill to take care of him. But as I drove by, I seen her car backed up to that building with the door that rolled up and the trunk open, but I never seen her.
You didn't see her, just the car.
Just the car.
Also, you talked about Megan telling you at some point that Hunter's mom was babysitting Evelyn. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Was Hunter present for that conversation?
No, not that I remember.
It's not that you can remember, or do you know one way or the other?
I don't think so, sir. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't think so.
Were you present for all the searches conducted by law enforcement on your property?
Most time, yeah.
How many searches were conducted on your property?
Just one, I think.
You don't recall a search on February 23rd of 20?
That's when they brought the dog out, I think.
Okay. Who brought the dog?
TBI guy, I guess. I don't know who he was.
And that was prior to Evelyn's body being found.
Yeah, that's before.
And obviously they didn't find anything that day.
No,
Did you watch them run the dog?
not really. I watched some of it. I mean,
Okay. Did you see the dog pass in proximity to the playhouse?
they was mainly concerned down in there in that bottom where it's filled in at and back like that farm
Mm-hmm.
that joins my property back around in there.
They searched the whole property though, didn't they?
I don't think they brought the dog on top of the hill. I don't know. I didn't watch them the whole time.
You didn't watch it? You
No, when they got the dog out, that's where they were at, down there in the bottom. And then I turned around doing something else.
You talked on your direct examination about how Megan come to move out of your home.
Mhm.
There's some kind of discord, I guess, with you, her, Ashley, about the way she kept her room.
Yes, sir.
Did you kick her out, basically?
No, I didn't kick her out.
What'd you do?
She went to my mother's, and I had a trailer waiting on her that her and my soon-to-be ex-wife Ashley cleaned up and got ready for her to move into.
Now, I want to talk to you about the dollhouse. Like you're the one that suggested that to law enforcement that they should search that. Is that right?
How all I got started was about the phone. Me and Ashley's talking about the phone. They come and got the phone, and then me and Ashley kept talking. I said, "What about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building?" So she called them back. They come back, went down there, and as I was leaving, I said, "Oh, there's the playhouse Dad had built for her too."
But just to be clear, you didn't see Megan put anything in the building. You saw her car.
I just seen her car,
Not
and
Megan.
the trunk was rats. I didn't see nobody. I was more concerned about my son. I had to go get his medicine because he had a seizure.
Okay. Oh, the day you saw the car.
Yeah, yeah.
I understand.
So I was getting it up the hill to take care of him.
Okay, hold on.
And-
I think I missed something. So there was a car that was backed up to the playhouse?
Yes, the car was backed up to I think you had stepped away. The car was backed up to the playhouse. No, it was packed up to the garage with the door rolled up, and the trunk of the car was up. He says he did not see who was in it, but it was Megan's car. And he said he didn't see anyone, but because his son was having a seizure, he was more concerned on getting up the hill, getting his medicine. So that's all he's reported. But he has reiterated it twice that he saw the car. And
What day did he say?
I don't know that they may have asked which day it was, but I don't remember the
Did
day.
anybody catch that? I'm just curious. I want to put it in my notes. That's what I thought he was saying, but I just wanted to be sure.
You could back it up, maybe.
No, I'm not gonna.
I don't think they said the date exactly.
Okay.
They may have been that first time they asked him, but they didn't this time.
And then, Rosebud, why are your kids out of school? Do you have snow or is it illness? I know a lot of schools are out for illness.
There's a lot out for illness.
He didn't say a date, says Susan.
Okay.
So, okay.
Had you never thought, when did you start to suspect the child could be on your property?
I didn't expect the child was on my property.
Why did you call them to come down to the yard barn?
To see if there's a clue in that stuff she put in the building. Because I worked right hand in hand with the law enforcement that tried to help them every way I could.
When's the last time you were in that dollhouse?
I couldn't tell you, sir. It's been years.
It's been years since you've been in.
I couldn't tell you when's the last time I've been in that dollhouse. Half them buildings down there, I don't go in.
How big is your property?
11 acres, 10.9 acres to be exact.
How close is that dollhouse to your house?
It's about 600 feet away, 700.
Close to your mother's house.
Yeah.
You go see your mother often?
But when I go to my mom's, she could go into the back because she can't get down her steps. So I cut her spot out around the back. So she go in the back, not to climb the steps. So we're going out the back.
But you were down there at your mom's during that time frame, weren't you?
Not that much sometimes.
Okay, have 1 second, Judge.
Yeah, I agree with you, Susan. He's trying to kind of cast some doubt. I'm sure wanting to put doubt in the juror's mind that it
No
could.
further questions. Thank you,
could
Ms.
be-
Boswell.
Sure.
We agree.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go, or does he need to remain under?
I would say under subpoena, Judge, we would actually not watch the trial or talk about it.
We've instructed them. As far as
Mr.
that's
Boswell, you're finished with your testimony for now.
Okay,
You're
sir.
being subject to recall.
Okay.
So you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And you're specifically ordered not to watch the live broadcast.
Okay. Oh, I never watched TV anyway.
Never- he didn't watch TV.
Sorry, next.
Sounds like me.
The state would call Austin Feller.
Okay, let me just skip ahead then. See what's next.
They said they called Austin. Is that what they said?
Oh well, I don't have to go far. Never mind.
It is to me. It is a little odd that the dad was just like called them to the property. There's got to be a little bit more to that story.
Oh, Castle might be onto something. It seems odd. It seems odd that he said, "Oh, maybe you need to check over there." That's very odd. There's more to it. Rosebud, I didn't realize that you were a caregiver for your autistic adult sons. I did not realize that.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Austin Feller?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
See record?
What was his name?
I think they said Austin.
Okay,
Good morning,
Austin.
sir.
What?
Morning.
You're Austin Feller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Austin
Mr.
Feller.
Feller, at one point in time, did you live at a trailer park out on Sugar Hollow Road?
Yes.
And is that in Sullivan County?
Yes.
All right. And why were you living there at that particular location?
Because at the time I was working for Tommy & Sons Paving, and they said I could live there for free if I were to do maintenance on the trailer park.
Okay. And was that back in 2019?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you two pictures, Mr. Feller, and ask you if you recognize what's shown in those pictures.
Yeah, I recognize them.
Okay. And what are they? What is it?
The pictures of the trailer that she lived in.
Okay. And when you say she, you're referring to Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you living out there at those trailers in Sugar Hollow when Miss Boswell moved in?
I never met her in person.
Okay.
I think the time I moved out there, she was already out and kind of unknown whereabouts.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos as being the trailer that she lived in?
Yes.
All right. And are they true and accurate depictions of the outside of the trailer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we would move to make those, I believe it's two photos, be 49 and 50.
Any objection?
No, sir.
You feel good at 49?
I'll do that, Angel Wings.
I'm going to publish those to the jury.
Bye, brown eyed girl. Have a good day.
Mr. Feller, is that, I'm showing what's been introduced as Exhibit 49. Does that show the outside of the trailer looking at it from the front?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. What does that show?
The front of the trailer.
Okay. Just a little closer view.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Now,
a good
at
point,
some point in
Susan.
time while you were working out there, living in those trailers for Mr. Boswell, were you asked to clean out that particular trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Exact date, no, but it was probably about a week and a half after I moved into the trailer. I lived in there.
Okay. When was that?
It's been like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I couldn't give you an exact date.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
That's fine. All right. And did you in fact go to that trailer and clean it out?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of describe for the jury what you found when you
That's
got
also a
inside
good
there.
point.
Well, I got in the trailer. There was dirty diapers stuck and molded to the floor of the carpet. Couldn't even open the fridge. It was so bad. I just left it alone. Let Tommy and them deal with it. There was open jugs of milk in the oven. Food on the ground, just feces on the ground, just very nasty. Just not clean at all. Bad.
All right. And did you
Horrible.
take photos of what it looked like?
I did, but I don't
Disgusting.
have those photos of that phone anymore.
Okay. That's fine.
He said dirty diapers molded to the floor.
Yes.
Well, her dad mentioned having to have the flooring changed.
Yeah. That's disgusting.
Can you imagine?
No. That made me gag too, Susan.
Yeah.
And why would you have jugs of milk in the oven?
I don't know.
I bet it reeked to high heaven. Terry, he is a handyman that worked for Evelyn's grandfather for Tommy, and he was given the task of repairing the trailer after Megan moved out.
Susan, yeah, that's what people have said.
Well, I even wondered if the baby had gotten into them.
Well, that
Mr. Feller, I'm going to
baby was alive when the baby went in the trash
and
can.
ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know, Rosebud. Did you have that? That might
that's
have been.
It might have been when we
Those photos
fast
you showed
forwarded. I
that
did
show
not
the
see
inside
that.
Conditions of the trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Do they accurately depict the condition of the inside of the trailer when you found it?
They do.
Judge, I'd move to make those the next 6
Wow, I wonder how they got a hold of the pictures.
What are you talking about?
Pause it just a second.
Okay, sorry. I was reading chat.
That's okay. They presented him with pictures, and they were pictures of the trailer in the way that he found it. So either they must have found an old phone of his and got the pictures, because he said he didn't have the pictures anymore, but he took the pictures that they gave him. He just said were the pictures of the trailer as he saw it.
Well, that's another good thing to pay attention to, guys, because, you know, we are trying. Part of the reason we're covering this case, I mean, we want to cover justice for baby Evelyn, but the other reason that we are paying a lot of attention to it is because we want to know what investigative techniques TBI uses, the local sheriff's office use. So it looks like they cloned his phone, right?
It looks like something, because he said, I mean, he acted kind of astounded.
That's a good point. If they sent them to Tommy, maybe it was in his cloud or it was in Tommy's phone.
It could have been, but he said he didn't have access to any anymore. But yeah, they were the pictures. So he was kind of surprised.
Welcome in, Baba Rose, and I bet you've seen a lot of terrible things. Everybody I know that's had any type of rental property has told me terrible tales of what can happen.
Oh, yes.
And I'm always the kind of person, like, I have to clean something head to toe before I will move out of it, even if it doesn't, the deposit and things. I just feel like that you need to leave it at least as nice as the way you left it, if at all possible. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm going to go back.
Good point, Angel Wing. Could be.
51.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Phew.
I can't imagine that. What a difficult job you must have had.
Ugh.
Rosebud, Aunt E's like that.
True.
I don't know how many times
So,
we've rented a house that we've
start with
cleaned as soon as, for
51.
vacation, as soon as we get there.
Ugh.
You tell us what we're seeing in this particular photo.
Oh my gosh, guys.
The bedroom.
Look at that.
And that's the
That's what
condition
that
of the
poor
state
baby
you
had to
found
live
when
in.
when you entered. You did not move or toss anything or otherwise.
Everything you see is exactly what I walked into.
All right.
Austin, I do not know.
I'm going to show exhibit
Susan, I did not
52.
realize that.
What are we looking at there?
The hallway into, I believe, the daughter's bedroom.
Oh, my goodness.
Right. And again, you did not.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. Approach the bench.
Y'all. And that baby was a toddler. It was walking around and stuff.
Angel Wing says, remember Casey Anthony putting trash in the trunk?
Oh, that's a good point.
Sustained that objection. With no foundation, but he would know that was the daughter's bedroom. And I'm going to instruct that you're not to consider that statement for any purpose.
I don't know. If you guys were on a jury and you saw something and they tell you not to consider it, wouldn't you still consider it?
All right.
I mean,
So,
honestly,
Mr. Feller, this is the
as a
picture.
human.
You're not sure. You don't have any knowledge as far as who was staying in what particular rooms, but that's another angle and picture you've taken from inside the trailer.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Well, they were his pictures.
Yeah. But they could have gotten him if he had to send them to Tommy.
Now
we
show
don't know how they got
exhibit
him.
53.
I think that was the
I agree.
walking into her room, Megan's room.
Well, don't speculate as to whose rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same instruction.
Okay. So you've taken a photo looking into another bedroom. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now it's showing exhibit
Exactly.
54, where what's shown in that photo.
The living room.
All right. And again, you did not place or move or disturb anything. That's exactly as you saw it.
Exactly
my
what I saw when I
stars.
walked into.
Exactly.
Y'all. A little
From the kitchen
baby
going into the
walking
living room.
around in that.
Exhibit 55. All right. You're standing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is that where that's taken from?
Yes.
And exhibit 56.
Kitchen.
That's a photo looking in on the stove and the refrigerator.
Obviously didn't use
Correct.
it so much.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you did not place any objects, move any objects prior to taking these photos.
No, sir.
Susan, I would be a horrible juror too. Rosebud. That's funny.
And I agree, Terry, and I think that's a part of the
After you
problem with this
removed
case.
all these items from, or what did you do with the stuff after you took these photos?
I was instructed to take it to the back of the driveway where the Tommy and Sons had a big dump truck, and they just used equipment and put most of it in there.
Okay. Did you remove all that, lack of a better term, trash and stuff that we saw?
Everything, trash, carpet. I mean, completely remodeled the whole entire thing.
Okay. What was the condition? I mean, was it like inside after you got all that stuff out of there?
After I got everything out, I mean, I had to rip up subflooring and put down new subflooring and linoleum, and I mean, it was bad.
Was there any sort of odor or anything in the trailer?
I had to use respirators to enter the house.
Oh my gosh.
That tells you a lot.
Was there any particular reason why you had a respirator on? Or?
It's just such a
That's
foul
what I
odor
was
comes from
thinking.
just moldy milk and food and dirty diapers that were laying out. Just bad smell.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott.
You know,
Morning,
guys,
Mr. Fellers.
these are all so similar, all these
Wait.
cases.
You don't know when you moved in as a trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you an exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, was it before or after Christmas of 2019?
I think after. I think so.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm.
Yes.
So probably February.
Probably before Christmas, and if it was warm.
He's
Before
clueless.
Christmas, if it was warm.
He's
How
not.
much before Christmas?
Wait, hold on.
Pause that.
What's wrong?
He said he asked him when it was that he cleaned out the trailer. He said, "I'm pretty sure it was after Christmas." And then he said, "Was it cold or warm?" He said it was warm. So he said, "I guess it was before Christmas if it was warm." I mean, you either know if it was before or after Christmas. I mean, I know this has been 5 years, but if you know that you're going to be testifying, wouldn't you go back and try to figure it out in your mind so that you were clear, so that you could answer the questions correctly?
I would think that he probably had to purchase items for the place to be,
And
to do the floors and stuff, so you could go back and look at your records.
right, and he failed to appear yesterday and got a $500 bond. Look at the picture date. If they've got the pictures, look at the dates on the pictures.
Well, that's a good point.
I mean, good grief. And why, why is he not wanting to testify?
This is her defense attorney, so just take
But
that.
I'm thinking, why would this guy not show up and get fined a $500 bond? I mean, why would you do that? Just testify what you know.
I honestly did not realize that. I didn't know that happened.
And boy, it's just usually.
Yeah, I agree, Taibei.
These kind of cases, though, the people that surround it are convoluted, and that's what creates the chaos and the confusion and speculation.
This is Austin Feller. He was the maintenance man for the trailer park in which Megan lived with Evelyn. The trailer park is owned by Tommy, and he worked for Tommy's paving company, and he got to live in the trailer park for free for being a maintenance person. Hi, Yaya.
Wow, Charlotte, were you a bus driver? Wow. I know things like that happen. I worked in schools for almost 30 years, and that happened. We've had that happen before, too.
Yeah, you may have to go back and look at the pictures of this house. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to start.
I like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date or anything like that. I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or,
You never met Megan.
No, sir.
This closed captioning is crazy.
I
So
know.
the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out.
Yes,
Why did you do that?
just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looked like.
Well,
I
to
would've
show
done the
Tony
same
then
thing.
because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So gave those pictures to them.
Thank you so much.
So
Nothing further, Judge.
That's awesome, Charlotte.
Mr. Feller, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena. There you go.
thank you.
Exactly, Rosebud.
I just don't understand. I don't understand why he would allow himself to be like to not show up and answer questions. I don't understand.
Ooh, Castle. I don't know what Celebrate is.
Yeah,
Oh.
so yeah, you do. They used it in your favorite trial.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I think you call it Celebrate, but it's
Yeah.
it's Celebrate. She's right.
Okay.
Or he. I think Castle's a girl. I assume everybody's a girl. Sorry, guys. I just do.
LEWIS, yes.
That's Castle. It's funny because that's part of the reason that I'm so interested in all that stuff, and it's because I want to see what future cases, hint, hint, will be using this technology. I want to understand it.
Yes.
Auntie's thinking about doing a whole episode on the Murdaugh trial and how they use that technology.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are James Lewis.
I
is that
figured you
correct?
were, Castle.
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
What is your current assignment there?
I'm sorry. What was his
Currently,
name?
I'm a supervisor for the
Rewind
department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
Shoot. Did anybody catch
How
his
long have you
name?
been employed?
Just rewind it a tad.
We call it DCS for short.
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
Sorry, y'all. I just want
We
to. I want to
received
get
a
his name.
report from our
Okay. Sorry, guys. Mr. Lewis.
James Lewis.
Thank you all.
James Lewis.
And he's with
DCS.
Yes.
DCS. Okay, here we go, guys.
Good morning.
morning.
You are James Lewis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
How long have you been employed by? We call it DCS for short.
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
All right. Back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so my role at the department during that time was an investigator to investigate reports that we received in Child Protective Services.
Okay. So in other words, well, maybe explain for the jury how that process works as far as
Welcome in.
You're referring to allegations of child abuse.
Yes,
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. So if you
Yes.
would kind of educate the jury a little bit about how that process works.
So the department receives referrals of reports of abuse or neglect. We receive a report from.
Okay, guys, this crafting and true crime, Jacqueline said that this is going to be stuff that we want to listen to, especially if we're looking at other cases. That we
Rosebud
really
also
want to
said-
pay attention to this.
Yeah. Rosebud said, listen closely.
Yeah, so we're going to do that.
From our Nashville office that receives the intake, then it gets sent over to the worker. And then from there, we review the report, the allegations that came into the report. And then we start following our policy and procedures that can be found, outlined in 14.6 for policy and procedures, and start investigating, doing internet checks and background searches and really just start notifying
important personnel that need to be involved in the case. For example, like our child protective investigation team in Sullivan County.
All right. Back on February 18th, 2020, did you get a referral that was made on a 15-month-old child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes,
All right. And was that particular referral assigned to you?
it was.
Okay. For purposes only of explaining why you did what you did, what was the nature of the abuse allegation?
The allegations in the report.
Yes.
Like he said, that's how the first step is intake. They call in, it goes to a centralized location in Nashville, and then they determine if they have enough information to start a case. They do the background, checking it into the parents or the people that are the claims against. That's how that process starts. And that's exactly what he said. They have a very strict protocol, like I went over that night.
Go ahead.
The allegations that came into the report that day state a lack of supervision and physical abuse.
All right. In regards to Evelyn Boswell.
Evelyn Boswell, yes.
Okay. So after you get the referral, what's the first step you take after that?
Typically, the first step when we receive these reports is we would reach out to the person that made the report, and then we would see if there was any additional information that needed to be added or to clarify the report in general. And then from there, my next step was to reach out to any collateral contacts and notify our child protective investigation team partners.
Okay. You used a term or a phrase, collateral contacts. For those of us who don't know, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so a collateral contact would be someone that lives outside the home, anybody that would have information to the report. That's what we refer to whenever I say collateral contact.
Okay. You've identified, and we've talked about the fact that this referral involved Evelyn Boswell.
Auntie, could that be considered like a teacher or
A
principal or a neighbor?
You mean for the collateral contact?
Yes.
More than likely, it could be a teacher, but since she was not school age, it's probably going to be a family member, or it's going to be a neighbor. In her situation, being kind of on a compound type of thing, it would be difficult to find a collateral person, unless it was a family member, because she didn't obviously have a lot of contacts, and she didn't live like in an apartment complex or anything. She lived on that kind of a family compound.
Right.
So,
Well, no, wasn't she living in the
in the
trailer park at that point?
Yes, you
But
really
that's
can't.
not on their property. That's a different area.
That's right. I'm thinking of her living, because at one time she did live with the grandmother too.
Right.
That was on the family property.
Right. But this was the trailer that they were just talking about, I think.
Did he give the date of that call in? That's what I was going to ask you when he said when he received the call.
I thought he said February 18th.
Was that the day that's what I wondered, if there were other calls,
CPS cases,
calls on them before, and I missed the date.
Okay. I think he's correct. So
okay.
Did you already eat?
Yeah.
If you guys have or heard a different date, let us know in the
comment, the chat.
So you can,
And
Were you
Castle,
able to identify?
can you pause that a second? Castle said this is what she did. This was her job. She is one that handled the investigation. And she said a collateral contact is a person or record that provides information about a client to help with treatment or evaluation.
Will you highlight that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. That helps. Thank you so much, Castle.
Who the parents of the child were?
I was able to understand that, come to learn that the parents of Evelyn Boswell was only, to my knowledge, at that point in time, it was Megan Boswell, the mother.
Okay.
Was the parent.
All right. And did you attempt to locate where Megan Boswell was at that time?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your file there at DCS, do you all obtain birth certificates or other documents that would, I guess, identify who the parents of the child were?
Yes,
And did you, in this case, obtain a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate
I did.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. What is it, sir?
So this is the certificate of live birth for Evelyn May Boswell, child.
Okay. And is that the birth certificate that you obtained of Evelyn for this
Yes.
particular case?
It is.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit. I believe it's 57.
No objection. 57.
All right.
Who's
Mr. Lewis,
eating?
you indicated that
What you
you
eating,
were
Auntie?
able to learn where Megan
Mute.
Boswell was at that
Mute.
particular time. Did you then, what was the next step in your investigation?
Once I received information from Detective Tracy Jerez, who I was working the case with,
Write that down,
Yeah.
Tracy Rez.
she had sent patrol officers out to the home that Megan Boswell was living at to see if Megan was there, and that she had received information that Megan had just arrived at the home. And then from that point in time, Detective Tracy Jerez and myself decided to go to the home to speak with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And
Baba,
Where was
yes,
this
she's
home?
there.
The address is 217 Sandy Point Drive, or Sandy Point Street, Blountville, Tennessee.
okay. And just generally, where is that located?
It's in Blountville. It wasn't
Okay.
far from my office. I couldn't give you.
Okay. It's here in Sullivan County.
Yes, in Sullivan
All right.
County.
All right. Did it take you all long to get there?
No, it did not take us that long.
Okay. What did you find when you arrived there?
It's a great question, Sally.
So when we pulled into the address, we saw the patrol officers with Megan Boswell in the garage of the home.
What kind of, just generally describe what kind of home this is for the jury?
The home is it's a two-story house. It had a basement, larger, more of a typical subdivision type home. From the outside, the appearance, it was very well kept. It was a typical home that you would find in maybe one of your
Whose
more
home is this?
newer built subdivisions is the way I would describe it.
That's where Megan was living when they
So
went.
you
to
arrived, Miss
interview her.
Boswell is there at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else there present with her?
Outside of myself, Detective Tracy Jerez, and the patrol officers, no.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with her?
No.
Okay. What did you do next as far as your investigation was concerned?
My next steps was to notify Megan Boswell of the report that the Department of Children's Services received, the allegations in the report, and to conduct some inquiry as to where Evelyn was, and to ask questions concerning Evelyn, to check on her well-being and her safety. So I initiated the conversation to learn where Evelyn was and to see if we could observe Evelyn to ensure that she was safe and that she was okay.
Specifically, did you ask Miss Boswell where Evelyn was at that particular time?
I did.
Okay. And what was her response?
Megan informed myself and Detective Tracy Jerez that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
Did you know who Ethan Perry was at that time?
At that time, it come to my knowledge that he was the alleged father of Evelyn Boswell.
Did Miss Boswell tell you that?
Yes. She did tell me that Evelyn was with her dad.
Okay. Did Megan give you any sort of contact information for how you could get in touch with Ethan?
She did not.
What was her demeanor while you were talking to her about her daughter?
The way I would describe Megan's demeanor, it wasn't much affect. When I say that, I would say there wasn't much emotion as concern. I didn't notice any concern when speaking with Megan. She just stuck at that point in time to telling us that Evelyn was with Ethan, and then from there, I asked her to show me, of course, evidence that a child had been with her.
Okay.
Welcome in,
So
Kelsey.
did you go inside the house with her? How did you do that?
She invited me into the home and walked me through the home. Nothing at that point in time appeared to be observable to be outside of a typical home. I didn't see any safety concerns as far as what we may consider a safety concern for a child at that age. She walked me. I asked to see a crib or a pack and play. She said that those items were elsewhere, that she didn't have any of those items. She proceeded to lead me to the bedroom where she could show me some items of Evelyn's. And so I followed her to the bedroom.
Okay. All right. Did you observe any items?
I asked her what items she did have. She proceeded to tell me that she had an outfit and what she called a memory box.
Okay. You said an outfit. Was that one singular outfit?
I observed one outfit, yes.
Okay. Did you see any other baby items, diapers?
No.
Anything like that?
After she showed me the memory box and opened it to observe some items in it, and the outfit that was still on the hanger, it was new and it hadn't been worn. And she took me downstairs to show me a sippy cup.
Okay. And did you take a photograph or a picture of these items that she showed you?
I did.
All right. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you 4 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they photos of?
This first photo is the photograph of what she described as the sippy cup.
Okay. That's fine. Go to the next one.
And then the next photo I'm looking at is the bedroom that she reported to be staying in with Preston Wood.
Okay. All right. The next one.
The next photo is the photo of the what she described as the memory box.
Okay. Is there one more?
And the next photo is the outfit that she showed to me.
All right.
On the hanger.
And do you recognize those as being the photos that you took that day while you were in the residence?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate photos of what you saw?
Yes.
Judge, we've moved to make those exhibits 58 through 61.
Those are the full exhibits. 58 through 61.
So, obviously she's not living in that trailer anymore, right? She's living with a boyfriend and has no items there for her. So that's.
I'm confused as to who is Preston and who is Hunter. Hunter, I thought, was the boyfriend, but this man called him Preston.
Okay. I might be confused about Preston. I'm not sure who that is.
I don't either. They've used the name Preston and they've used the name Hunter.
Okay. So maybe Preston's who she was living with?
I thought she was living with Hunter.
I'm not sure. That's what the father said, I believe, but maybe that's just what he thought.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to publish those if I could. Mr. Lewis, I'm showing what's exhibit 58. What is that photo of?
This is a photo of the cup that Megan Boswell informed me that Evelyn Boswell would drink from.
That's not even a normal.
The only kind of dish or spoon or item of silverware that she showed you
Yes.
that belonged to Evelyn? Now looking at exhibit 59, what's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of Megan Boswell standing in the room where she reported to be living with Preston Wood.
Preston
Did you
Wood.
observe any items, any baby items, toys, clothing, anything else in that room?
No.
I wonder if Preston's Hunter's father, or maybe Hunter sometimes goes by Hunter or Preston. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Now looking at exhibit 60, what is that?
That is the
Memory
box
Oh my gosh.
that Megan Boswell showed to me.
And that doesn't prove that she lives there.
She described as the memory box with items of a rattler, handprint, and footprints of Evelyn.
Okay. Did you take any of these items at this time, or did you just take photographs of them?
I just took photographs.
Okay, so his name is
I'll
Preston
show you
Hunter
exhibit
Wood.
61.
Yes, okay. Yeah. So Preston
Thank
and
you.
Hunter, they're
Thank
using
you.
interchange.
This is a
Thank you.
photograph of the outfit that Megan showed me, or was Evelyn's, but it was still on the hangers and had tags on it. It's new.
Okay. You tailed off a little bit there. Did you say it still had tags on it?
Yes.
Any other items of children's clothing that she was able to show you?
No.
Weird.
Yeah. So and supposedly had Christmas, right? Gifts prepared,
Mm-hmm.
but not there.
Nope. And the sippy cup. I mean, I know people that have those kind of cups in their house, and they're not necessarily for kids.
Right.
They have no lid. They're just an open cup with a straw attached.
Right. Anybody could drink from that cup.
Well, that's true, Kelsey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed your lunch is here. So we'll
Yeah, I
just
know what you're
stop.
saying.
We'll be back at 1:15.
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis, I want to instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witness, allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you, and not watch any of the live stream of the trial. Can you shut that now? And, come back later.
Yes, sir.
So one stand, please.
Just for confusion's sake, it's Preston Hunter Wood. So when we hear Hunter and Preston, it just depends on who's talking about who.
Yes, Precious. Lavender Buttons. This was a CPS investigator that went there to check. Was basically doing the welfare check to see if there was anything that he could substantiate from the claim of child abuse that they had received.
Yeah, physical. He specifically said physical.
Yes.
Which was the first time I've heard that.
It was neglect and physical abuse. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure where that. I hadn't heard that yet. We had heard the story that it was because he hadn't seen her in a while, but apparently he had some other concerns too, I guess.
Yes. I missed the date that he said that they received the report. I missed the date that this call came in.
I somewhere at the beginning he was talking about February 18th, but I could be mistaken.
That seems so late. They have not said MTB or MTV. I have not heard them say who the bio father is yet. Have you, Mr. E?
No, I'm going to try to fast forward here a bit.
I'll come fast forward for you. Oh, you're doing good.
He's rocking and a rolling.
It's a pretty good break.
It must be their lunch
That's
break.
what's good about starting a little late.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can catch up, and also it gives you some time to talk.
I'm not quite done. So
Okay. So there you go.
Actually, Castle, Ethan is not Evelyn's biological father. On the opening statements, the prosecuting attorney said that we will find out during this case that Ethan is not the biological father. So, for all intents and purposes, through the questioning at the beginning, they are saying yes, he was, but he is not. He's not the father. And that if you go back and look at those opening statements that we covered yesterday on our live, Ethan was who she claimed was the father, but the prosecution says he is not the father. We do not know who that is yet.
And the CPS worker kind of says alleged father or something at one point. So they've gained knowledge since then. We just still don't know who it is. I don't know if we'll find out or not, actually.
And PJ, you're right. Her trailer does show neglect, but I think they went to where she was.
Yeah. So.
And Castle, I'm assuming DNA was done post-mortem. I'm assuming that's how they know that, because she said throughout interviews and everything she did prior that he was the father and he was away in the Army.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
So, well, I suppose at some point we'll find out. So they were back from their hour-long or so recess there. We're almost caught up to real time. So, okay, maybe move ahead a little further. Okay.
Where he would maybe be staying. And so Detective Faraz and I proceeded to go to the home of his address.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
Ethan was not there. We had spoke to his parents and tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to Ethan's parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
more.
And who was present there at the sheriff's office when you spoke to Ms. Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Faraz.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blountville, Sullivan
Yes,
County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Faraz?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Ms. Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
You're welcome.
be full exhibit.
All right, and if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said here in the video. Does everybody understand that?
Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby.
But I don't know where she's at, so she's home yet or last.
He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas.
He has seen her. I promise you, yeah.
And he went back to where is he at?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know what he did with her.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is?
No.
Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put on a camera or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. January the 1st. And he did not take her with.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't like, what do you do when the child's missing?
And you told us you were going to meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. No. What was that about?
I was gonna try to contact him again and meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I went to go see her was.
How did you want to contact him? He said that you didn't have his phone number.
I was gonna try to message him from her stuff. Get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December.
And he came back up in December.
Right. And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and her went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu and
I didn't have
because of the
her.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen? Where did you drop that one off of you? That you're saying it was happening?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's.
It was before New Year's because me and her didn't have her on New Year's. Me and her went to a party on New Year's.
So how long you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you gonna put on an ambulance or anything, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan that you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me like pull up the driveway, drop her off, and maybe walk it up.
Walk in
The driveway.
That's sad, Castle.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan
Very tough
have
work.
now?
Yeah.
Or
What do you mean?
are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he doesn't answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I believe him off on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him. He's not responding. I've left his voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My real mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I was just wondering if she's still living in West Carter's Valley.
Hold on. Women's Warrior, I'm so sorry that happened. I hope you're okay. My goodness. Well, I hope you feel better. I hope it's that you didn't hurt anything too bad. Have a good night, and thanks for joining us again today. We appreciate you.
Yeah, hope you feel better. That's scary, falling downstairs.
I've done it before. It's scary.
Yeah. But
Have a good night.
Yeah, hope you heal. Sorry that happened.
She's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's going to go to the hotel for the night.
Let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know because, like, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just go like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the one.
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but like as far as I knew, anytime that like they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step grandfather, and he would like all the time ask him about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
How come?
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of like stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here or went to the Army.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I use Hunter's.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think he ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times that when she was trying to walk, she would like fall and bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they.
Well, yeah, but I mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, well, I'm gonna call and say that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, because for one, like, I never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know. Because when kids are bad, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something. Like, And like I said, a lot of people disagree with that. Like, you should spank your kids. I'm not one of those people.
When you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some of her baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only like bottles I had for her was just like one sippy cup. And it wasn't even like a sippy cup. It was like one of the kids' like new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about? Like the straws in it. She's already switched the straws. And I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just like go buy like little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I have baby stuff like a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seats in
good
her
question.
truck.
That's a really good question.
Is that what you were going to use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take Alexis to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we gonna meet down there? Since
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really did not tell me anything.
To be honest with you, I'm not going to lie to you. Why would I lie to you? She says all that stuff.
I wish I could find your deception deck.
Did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Yeah, like when was that discussed with you?
This is insane.
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's the 19th, right? So 18th, yeah, the date's right.
Yeah, I had a friend like that. She did it for a few years and then just had to walk away from it.
Evelyn with him?
It's too awful.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me if I have custody of her, and I said you have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want to have custody, we're going to go to court, and it's going to be set up like the right way. They're not going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
Another great question. I love how smart our community is. I just love it.
I don't know.
I think if they say that they're the child's father, they'll accept that.
That'd be my
It
guess.
was like the day of Christmas.
It's a matter of if Ethan
when
believed
did
it.
you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
He says that so much.
Yeah.
That, to be honest with you.
He says it almost every other sentence.
Yeah.
Do you want to catch Sally up real quick?
So am I getting this right? Is baby Evelyn in the bin at this time? Yes. Yeah. And would be for another 2 weeks almost. So this is the first real contact they've had with her. Is the first day. So
Is this the first day or this is the follow-up because they talked to her at Hunter's house? And then did they bring her here at that same day? I don't think so. They went and talked to Ethan's to find out if he was because she said he's with Ethan. So they go to talk to Ethan's parents, then they bring her in. So I didn't know if it was the same day or not.
She says in this interview that today is February 18th and that tomorrow's the 19th.
Okay. I don't know if 18th was
February 18th is, I'm looking at our timeline because I'm so happy I did this. February 18th is the day CPS was called.
so
Megan,
it's all on the same day.
yeah, this is Megan stating that she was supposed to pick Evelyn up from her father. That Amber Alert will go out on February 19th.
Okay. So they did all of this from beginning to end in the same day at Hunter's house, showing evidence, taking pictures, going to talk to Hunter's parents, checking to see if, Ethan's parents, seeing if Ethan had the baby, then called her in to come down to meet with them and answer more questions.
I think that's right.
Okay.
It's a lot in one day, but I think that's what's happened.
And Ty Bay Lux says her tone and speech pattern is much different than the TV interviews. Yes, it
Mhm.
is.
Sure is.
No crying here
Yeah.
like there is later.
Her life is a lie.
Okay, here's Castle said something important. No, the military has no say in DNA test, but Ethan requested a DNA per his attorney. Good call for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good.
And Bliss Blessings.
Yeah,
Yes, he does. There are several similarities, at least in speech patterns I'm seeing. I don't know about you guys.
Especially the TV interviews and the podcasts and things that he's on. The two compare very similarly.
And at times that sanctimonious anger.
Right.
Where she's angry at TBI or she's angry at the public or tarot readers or all this,
Right.
She does that.
And
too.
the lack of curiosity.
Yeah. That's
right.
That's a good one, actually. Yeah.
The lack of curiosity. If our child were in a missing situation, I would take help from anybody I could get. That's why I don't understand all of the anger towards people trying to help. Tarot readers, psychics, I'll take anything,
It kind of gives you the answer.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Rosebud.
Oh, really? Do I sound like the
You
prosecutor?
and Ethan went to that party. Whose house was that party?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend did.
You're absolutely
Hunter's
right.
first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
So there she's cleared that up.
Where was that at?
It's in Ponty Flat at Clint's house.
At Clint's.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And that's kind of what Ethan was saying in the interview, or Preston, or whatever we're calling him at this moment.
No, yeah, Hunter, yeah.
Or what did I say, Ethan? I mean Preston. Sorry.
Yeah.
Preston, Hunter, all of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicky on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do.
I agree with you, Yaya. 100%.
Was that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me. And
100%.
They're on their way from Kingsport.
Okay.
I actually said that to Mr. E the other day. I said, there's a similar look to all these people. They look vacant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at Letitia, you look at Leilani, you look at her, vacant.
Oh, so I sound that much like the prosecutor. That's interesting.
Okay.
Do
Just
I?
tell them you're the
Do
prosecutor.
I? You think I sound that much like him?
No.
You're in two places at once.
Like I said, I know he either went back down to Louisiana rather than Mississippi or whatever you all said. I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport. Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Blountville? You thought he was living in Blountville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Blountville. It's on Memorial Boulevard in between.
She always has that, right? This kind of like slightly amused thing.
Smirk.
Mm-hmm.
Is it or
What do you
used?
do when Amber Alert's out? Like, what's the process
Well,
after
we're
that?
gonna have to find this baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't
See,
know.
She
I've
knows.
never run into this in my 20 years here.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, Liz Blessing.
But
Oh, absolutely,
we've got
Karen.
to find her. And
I don't
Vivian
remember
doesn't
that one.
have her. You don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you mean?
Or Hunter? Do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
Well,
thought there was-
I didn't know what you called him by. Was Hunter jealous of the baby because it was by another?
No,
I was just asking if some people, are like that.
no, he's not like that.
Maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We used to have thoughts like that all the time. I'd be like, I'll give you a DNA test, I know the child's yours.
There's my supervisor.
So we don't know if she actually believed that or not, even. Right? About it being Ethan's or not.
Ethan and I used to get into it, he was like, ready to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person, I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
She's like grinning.
Mm-hmm. I think she thinks she's getting away with it at this point, still.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. This girl has the dupers to like big time.
Mm-hmm.
Constant.
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you as an investigator of DCS continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No.
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
No.
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
No. No.
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
No.
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator is concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And what was that through? Which
That
court?
was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
I'm hoping they're going to
Good
reveal all
afternoon,
that.
Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was, interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th.
Yes.
Okay. And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes. So,
Sounds right. Yeah.
Rita, what do you mean?
did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go? Is any remain under subpoena?
I don't think we need to judge.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry. You agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You releasing the subpoena. You can't testify.
Thank you, sir.
So that was interesting. That was our CPS worker.
Last name?
Salts,
SAULTS.
Salts. For those of you that are taking notes like I am.
SAULTS, I think she said, right?
What was her first name?
She'll probably say it. Well, I thought it was coming.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts.
You solemnly
Casey.
swear I'm testifying about you, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Here.
Yes.
This might be the babysitter.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you just maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or
Okay.
Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Or we'd ask the court to acknowledge that, just identify the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking it kind of in the past tense. It's now closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes. Check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to like see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in. And then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually like see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Thank you, Happy Day, so much. That is so sweet of you. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming in, too. Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay.
It's our first
Based
one.
on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from say 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same from 9 to 12 months, it would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient?
Yes.
Including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before.
Okay.
And we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Hi, YouTuber. Welcome in. They must be going somewhere with these appointments, like I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a headache. That's a good point, Castle.
Yes, very good point.
Oh, who was before her? The DCF agent James Lewis, and he kind of just went over. They went over her interview with them, and basically she was saying that
We're just
Evelyn
going to
was
ask for
with
some clarification on that.
the father, and
when I asked that last question,
of course she
did
wasn't.
Megan Boswell bring Evelyn? And I'll ask it in a different way, maybe. Did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Yes.
So they're saying she showed up for all of her appointments.
Okay. And
I'm guessing she didn't show up for a 12-month appointment.
okay.
What do you guys think?
And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt.
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times.
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
In early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself?
Yes.
Of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she'd been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn? I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told.
That should be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Because she worded it in such a way to say, what did you tell your aunt?
Right.
Not what did the person tell you?
Correct. I can't believe it's taken this long to decide that.
I know. They really are berating some of these things, I think.
We are learning so much about CPS workers today.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you had to have a degree to be in criminal justice to do that.
For an investigator, not for a worker.
I just can't imagine that poor baby's life. It's so sad.
Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit.
Not even what they're answering.
Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
That's where they were going with it. Terry, the person on the stand prior to this lady was James Lewis. He was the DCF right? Is it DCF?
DCS special investigator. Like he investigated the case. He was like the lead investigator from DCS.
Yeah, F.
Oh,
Department of Children and Family.
Yes.
Yeah.
We called it DCS, but
I think it's different in every state.
Yeah,
it would be a lot less confusing if they all called it the same thing, though.
I know.
All right. And this is the daughter of the lady who was the foster parent of Megan while she had Evelyn, she had Evelyn.
And she also worked at the pediatrician where Evelyn was taken from birth up until she was 1.
Okay, Rita says it's DCS.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, we called it CPS and where I was at. It was Child Protective Services, but
I feel like in Tennessee it's
well, and
DCF.
that's Department of Child Services. I guess is what DCS. It's different.
Oh no, it is DCS. I'm so sorry. I don't know where I got F from. Okay. I'm crazy. Well, Terry's asking if we'll play it again. You mean the one from the previous guy?
I'm going to pass you a document and see if you can identify
Probably
it.
not. You may have to rewind to watch it. Mr. E is considering doing like some summaries though, and doing like a 10-minute summary as well.
Do you recognize that?
But we're probably not going to have time today.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay. And do you recognize what that document is?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
My bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Okay. Can you see that okay?
Oh, thank you, Heather.
Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay, hold on one
And for
second,
the
guys.
appointment of December.
I do want to say, Aunt E and I have talked about this before. You know, it would be really great if they had a database for all this stuff, for all of these cases, for nationally. And because of that, Aunt E was telling me that she encountered people that would move from state to state to get away from the Department of Children and Family Services in whatever state. And they would move to another state because that department did not have the records of that person.
It basically started over.
Right. I think a national database where all of the cases could be together, I think that would be very helpful. Wouldn't you agree?
I absolutely agree. I don't know if that's something that has started since I have retired from education, but at the time there was nothing like that. And we had kids that would move from specifically even Tennessee over to where we were just to escape the Child Protective Services. They were afraid their child would be taken away.
Well, I was thinking about that. You know, a lot of people were up in arms that CP was able to get his daughter for the summer with Sebastian missing. And I was just thinking about that. It's probably because they did not, they don't share records with each other.
Right. And Castle said that as well. They do not have a national database.
But you think that would solve some of these problems and help these endangered children?
It would at least give you a leg up to say, okay, well, you have 3 CPS reports in Tennessee and you've moved to Indiana, and here in Indiana, you know, we're going to treat this like your 4th occurrence because you've already got 3 prior in Tennessee. You know, it's just like breaking the law. You would think that that would follow you and consequences would follow based on where you were and not just starting over again. Like, oh, okay. And they have to, I mean, if you've already got 3 reports in the system, you can go through and read them and say, okay, well, this has been done. This has already been done. This has been done. You've had all these chances. So we're moving straight to taking your kids away because these 3 things that happened should warrant your child being taken away because this is a 4th offense, you know, but it didn't work that way. And it's sad.
Well, Castle said it's about funding, unfortunately, but you would think, you know, we are seeing, I don't know, I'm not going to get political, but we are seeing a lot of government waste coming out. You would think that they could, you know, throw a few million to something like that. And it would, solve a lot of these problems and
Wow.
save a lot of these kids.
Look at what Bliss Blessings says.
What?
National, yes, crazy. I was in foster care in Texas. 3 siblings, and bio mom lived in Florida. She adopted a family member when she had 3 kids of her own in foster care in Texas. So they let this person adopt a child who had lost rights to her 3 children.
That's crazy.
That kind of stuff just oh.
Like you, she said, I have amazing foster parents. I'm truly blessed. That's wonderful.
That is great.
Yeah. And Grandma Chachi says, I know of a girl. I agree. I know of a girl who moved from Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky. It's crazy. Well, that's what I'm saying is if there was a national database, I think a lot of these kids could be saved.
Absolutely, they could.
We were talking about this yesterday a little bit. One thing I had heard a few years ago in a discussion like this on some podcast or something I was listening to, the guy was what his proposal was to challenge all churches across the country. He was saying, if every church in this country would just basically sponsor one family within their church to be these foster parents, to support them financially, give them everything they need to, that a lot of these, it would solve a lot of problems in that system.
I was just saying that there needs to be a national database where people can't move from state to state to avoid these CPS charges.
And that is not that is not a hard thing to do.
No, you would
not
think
a hard thing to do.
Well, maybe we need to start talking to our legislators.
Yeah. It would be a great thing.
Yeah, my parents did that, foster parenting when we were kids.
The doggies are feeling neglected, so they're jumping in our laps. Oh, no.
So did I
see? This dog is in love with Mr. E. Here, you can have her.
Yeah, so I think the
I'll
big
put
deal
you
here,
back on
I
top.
think what I missed was basically that they didn't make doctor's appointments, right?
Well, no, she made all of them.
Oh, she did.
Up until 12 months.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay,
that's
come on.
what she's getting ready to testify.
Come on.
They're actually her evidence.
Oh my goodness.
They have the appointment card for her 12 month that this lady actually filled out for her, and so that's what she was getting ready to answer questions about.
What's her 12 month, which would have been in November sometime, I guess.
Mm-hmm. This is how we got the Crime Dawgs name, because our dogs would always get in our laps or play behind us on the
It's
bed.
too hard, though. They're too needy.
You're gonna make her so sad.
Yeah.
Oh my stars.
I'm sorry. She wants to crawl like up on your neck.
I'll hold her. You want to take him?
She's gone.
She's trying to get in my lap now.
All right.
I can't have 2 dogs. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hit
Castle,
One of
that's
us
what.
has to leave in 30 minutes.
Okay.
As a school, Castle, that's what I would do is I would dig, I would call previous schools, and I would do some of the legwork so that when I had to call CPS, I could say, well, I called this is what I found out from, say Tennessee, and this child what was going on there, and they have reports there. When they were alerted, then they would actually call the CPS in the other states and find out the information, but they wouldn't go very above and beyond past, what was right in front of them. So sometimes I did that work for them if I thought it would help get the kid the help that they needed.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit play. Mystery reminded me the kids have to be picked up soon.
Yes.
We both have to go.
No, we don't.
Yes. Middle East 3:45. So someone has to get him.
Okay. Yeah, we'll both have to leave by 2:30, guys.
So we got a couple of ways we could do that.
Can you speed up the testimony a little bit, like up to 1:25?
Would everybody be okay with that? Because I would much prefer it to go faster.
Yeah, do it at like 1:25 or 1:5 or something.
And Kelsey, I was a school administrator.
I think we kind of know what's going to happen with this.
Yeah.
Let's
go
I don't know what her
fast,
role was, a nurse or a receptionist. I'm not sure what she did. But
well, she was a receptionist at the Pediatrician, but she was also the daughter of the lady who fostered Megan.
Okay.
So let's see.
November 5th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did.
Okay.
Where she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first time?
Yes. No, I've communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
I'll pass you another document.
Auntie, you'll
And
have
I'm
to
going to ask
highlight
if you recognize that.
Yes.
the
Can
dog.
you without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
I'm so sorry, Grandma Chachi.
That is so sad.
That's so sad.
It's like they always say older couples often die within like 3 months of each other or something like that.
Permission to publish?
You know, that's what it makes me think of. That's wild.
Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done?
That's awesome, Kelsey. I bet you'd be great at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so
Ooh,
then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was.
And what was her response?
That she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you.
We're happy you're here. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. So maybe she was already not with us before or by December 5th, I guess is what
I
we're
think
thinking.
that's what they're trying to establish, right? That's what it seems
I
like.
think you have to read through that. I believe it's 2 pages.
And she hadn't missed any appointments up until this point.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay. So that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
No, sir. So it's the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. So,
Oh, who's upset?
this is 1,
Who's
6,
upset? Which one was it?
I think it's her.
I was just trying to. I can't hold both.
Well, she was on me. They get jealous and want to be together.
Yeah, Bliss Blessings. I thought that was odd
same
too.
exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please.
But I also think with it being kind of almost like a relative, maybe that's why it was done.
I bet it did.
Do you
Kelsey.
recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. But that's to be that collective exhibit number 65.
Before the exhibit 6. Yes, sir.
Permission to publish? Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through 1 page at a time of this, okay?
Bliss Blessing says You should not be reaching out through
Again,
Facebook.
this is
So
the
I
day
wonder
after that first missed appointment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that Facebook?
Can you tell me the date of this conversation?
Or is that
December
iMessage?
6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry.
December 6th, 2019.
And what do you? She said it. Yes, she sent it through Facebook Messenger. That's how that she communicated. I even saw where she tried to call her through. You could, because you can call through Messenger as well. And I think probably it's not appropriate if you were an office worker. However, with her kind of being like a step sibling, you know, maybe she felt like it was could be a little less informal.
Okay.
And you're talking about a small town where it's not quite as, I don't know, regulated. But yeah, I would think that that's not appropriate. But ask the defendant, Megan Boswell.
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay. And what did you ask her?
Where she was working,
And what did Megan Boswell say?
the chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment if she had been working really hard from 4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. Does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine, that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the whale child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Am I going too fast? Did she say 4 a.m.?
In the text.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that was on the slide. Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes.
And what does she say to you?
For her whale child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
I don't know about the chicken place being at 4 a.m. I don't know about that. Unless she was like a prep cook or something.
Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. I'll pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay. What is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th of 2019.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that United Statement number 66.
Okay. What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
Me too, Rita. I don't.
Show it to you one page at a time.
I'd want to work anywhere she was cleaning. Eat anywhere
You
she
said the
was.
date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Right.
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Is that because you had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I
I think it's closed.
Did you respond to that message at all?
No.
Okay. So then what did you say?
I said, I need to know. Dr. Pugh was asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay. And what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to someone closer.
Okay. And did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
And then what do you say in response?
I told her no, it's okay. Dr. Pugh was just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay.
Yeah, the doctor showed concern. That's good.
Angel wings.
How
Yeah.
long did
she
you
was
work at Women Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did,
That might be
did you
it.
get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera?
Yes.
Of the child? Okay.
Rosebud, I will tell you, I believe it's Eric and Eric's wife. Aunt E, Eric's wife is Laura.
Yes.
I believe they are the ones that are really working on missing children. Right?
It used to be Ivanka, and they stepped back from the political part, but I think Eric and Laura do have kind of stepped up a little bit more. I think that they work in that area, but I would say Melania as well.
Well, I think Dog's son was on Laura's show talking about it a little bit, right?
Yes, he was.
So I think that's a great idea though, Rosebud. I think we all should do that.
And Kelsey, she did just get hired for a segment on Fox News Daily.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, Laura did.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to push play. What?
Go ahead.
And I'm assuming you personally, you met Evelyn yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of 2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy. So she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit and it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. Okay. Mr. Horn.
Ms. Saltz, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Ms. Massacre last year, right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mhm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of the child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
What about the diaper rash picture? That's neglectful.
Ms. Saltz, thank you for your testimony today. You can give the witness
Thank you.
Say, talk about the barbecue.
I missed the diaper rash picture. Where did that come in?
She said that there was a picture of diaper rash that she had, but she didn't have the picture. She gave the picture to a nurse to follow up with what she should do, and sent that. But then they struck the testimony. So that would, to me, indicate abuse.
Good afternoon. Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
So this is Dr. Pugh,
All right.
pediatrician.
Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right.
Wow.
Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were at that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there from your pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
Okay. So how did that work when you had a patient there in the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a?
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for the physicals, usually.
And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and it was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had croup B strep. Mama was croup B strep positive, so the baby got Sonics for a couple of days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days, how she was, but she came for the second visit, and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well. She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal like a.
Yes, she was growing well, and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay. So meeting normal milestones, nothing that as a pediatrician would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been her 12. It should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled. I'm not sure, but she did have, because the front office takes care of that. But she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see the child regularly during the early parts of her life, correct?
Yes,
okay.
we have it.
Okay. So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
Well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So last time your office saw her?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes,
there?
when I sold my practice to, when they made the charge of maintaining with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my
Not the
understanding?
first and the last visit. I didn't see
Okay,
her.
last. But you would have had access, when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician is examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way she
Yes.
should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
There you go. She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for testimony. Can you release this opinion before you go?
Okay, what did I miss?
So that's Dr. Pugh just basically stating that everything's progressed as you would expect. She was healthy, even a little advanced. So I think they're just establishing that there didn't appear to be any issues up until at least 10 and a half months of Evelyn's life.
Aunt E, are you able to end a stream on your end? I can't remember.
No, I can't.
There's not an end stream thing up in your corner.
There's an in stream, but I can't control your video.
So we could leave it when we have to go pick up kids. We could leave it running until one of us gets back, but it would be like 40 minutes.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm
Why?
not sure what to do.
Why?
we could pick it up where we left off. We don't know how long this is going to go. Is it still going live at this time?
It looks like it. I can double check though. Let me double check.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
You want to pause it?
If you would scoot
No,
up
I
real
can-
close to that mic so we pick you up, okay?
I'll just look on my phone.
You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just get this straight for everybody. You are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believe that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Is it frozen on your
Did
end?
Ethan ever live with you?
Well,
It's
I did-
freezing for me. Are you guys seeing that?
no.
No, it just went away for a bit.
For Halloween.
Um,
and,
Someone's asking for our email too. If you could put that up. I don't know it.
Hold on one second. I was checking. Yeah, it's still going, guys. I'm not sure how we want to do it.
We need to just start this and then we did discuss what we're doing.
Okay.
I called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her. And so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay. That something was important to you. You could see your granddaughter, right?
It was my great granddaughter.
Great granddaughter. Sorry. Yes. All right. And you said this was late October 2019. Okay. Did you see Ethan at any point in time that year?
Not before that. I didn't see him until right before Christmas.
Okay.
Guys,
And
I'm getting.
what happened right before Christmas?
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift.
You're okay. I couldn't hear you. Were you talking?
I had us muted
Okay.
because we were trying to figure out what we're doing about kids and stuff because we've got.
I think that we've decided we're going to leave it running. And if it just goes, it goes. And see, I'm not going to be here to manage it. So you would have to manage it.
I don't think I can do. It won't let me begin and end it because you put it up.
We could
so
just
I
play-
can't. I just have to let it keep going.
Yes, that's what we'd have to do, which
Yeah.
is okay. I mean,
That's
we could just
okay.
let it go, and then I'll be back. 40 minutes once. I
And
leave.
Castle said, "Yes, just leave it run."
Yeah, we'll just play it. Yeah, we'll just let it run, and then you can be here to commentate, and then do an
Yeah, you could moderate
and
unless
moderate.
unless you need to step away. Do you need to step away, Annie?
I am going to have to step away for just a few minutes, but I can once it's left running, I'll be good to go.
We'll just leave it running, and we'll just if we have to step away, we step away, and we'll be back when we're back.
Okay.
I think that's the best way. 'cause
I
we don't-
lost
we don't-
both of
we
you
don't-
guys. I'm the only one here.
Yeah,
No, you're not.
you're
Are
here.
you guys seeing anyone else?
Yes.
You're frozen.
I think it's your internet.
Yeah.
I think my internet's going out, guys.
I think it is too. Yes, I was
My
thinking
internet's
that-
glitching. I can't hear you.
So that's what we'll do. We'll when we have to step away, we'll step away here in about 5 minutes. We'll leave it running, and then I will be back from that point in about 40 minutes, and hopefully everything will be all right. I think it should be. I mean, I don't see what the problem would be.
Absolutely. I'm
I mean,
gonna.
I think everybody's going to want to see all the testimony.
I am leaving Castle and Kelsey in charge.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah.
You promise you'll be good kids? Promise?
And I'll yeah, Auntie is muted.
Just so you know, my internet keeps going in and out, like you guys, and the video disappears. So it may be glitching in my neighborhood or something. So if I'm gone or I disappear, that's what's going on.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for your patience with us. We just
And Kelsey and Castle, thank you for stepping up to help out. We appreciate that.
thank you.
And do you have it just on regular speed?
We should do that when we step away. Yeah.
Yeah, if Kelsey can handle Josh, she can handle us. So
Oh, okay. I didn't know you mod for Josh. That's great. Yeah.
okay.
So let's do
I
it.
will do it. And then all right, cool. Be good, kids.
And get to see her. And so I'd set that up with her. And then I found out Ethan was in also. And anyway, ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did. They came in the same time in the same car.
All right. So they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
She told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
so did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
After she left, did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you've given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house. I said, please send me a video of her opening her gift. And she said she would, but I did not get it. And then later I did text her and ask her if Evelyn liked her gift. And she said yes.
You never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
I'm sorry. I don't know who he is because we were talking.
This is Ethan's stepfather.
Oh, okay.
No, it's Ethan's grandfather. Evelyn would be his great grandchild.
Well, Ethan's not the father.
I lost you guys again. Sorry.
So this is the step grandfather? I thought they said stepfather, but I guess I'm mistaken.
It's step grandfather.
Okay.
It's Ethan's step grandfather.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
And that y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time?
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother?
It did.
And that she loved the child?
It did.
And that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her?
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So other than up until December, then you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for.
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
You can't judge it.
Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir.
Thank you.
Take 15. 1 second, please.
Nope. We can skip ahead a bit.
Yeah, skip it to wherever it comes back, and then I don't know what's happening here. The judge is walking out, or the jury?
They probably need to give them a break. They've been here for a while. Here, we'll just do 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 do. All right.
You don't want to hear what the judge says coming
I
back?
want to hear what the judge says.
Okay, I thought it was muted. I'm going to slow it back down for I know you guys.
Yes.
I'm going to slow it back down because.
Either 1.25 or normal,
Okay. I have it on normal right now. I could do it on 1.25. What do you all want me to do? They are a bunch of slow talking people.
Go ahead and put it
Yeah, do 1.25.
Because when it catches up, it'll just go back to normal
Yeah,
speed.
it
right?
will. All right. I have to step away and go get some kids.
And I do also.
All right, Auntie, you hold down the fort. And when you can't, then we've got our beautiful mods to help us.
And I should be back in about 45 minutes, I think. But Auntie, thank you for being here and doing this. And thank you to to Kelsey and Castle for stepping in and help us out.
Yes, thank you all so much. And thanks for everybody who's been hanging out with us today. It's been awesome.
State Representative.
State District Judge.
State Representative.
Yes, sir.
Adjourn. You want to get the next witness on the spot on that?
Stephen Lawrence.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Stephen Lawrence.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her. So she had come by to see the building.
Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, was that Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you? The father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit. Yes, I believe that was about the time frame. Yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to Solon County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up, or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was in. She was staying with my mom at the time. I believe it was in Blountville.
Okay. All right. So you picked her up. You brought her up here. You said up to the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her, or what did you do?
I dropped her off and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here, and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. And as I was just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Do you have any conversations with Ms. Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
No, Sally, we still don't know who the real father is.
Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your testimony. You're released from this meeting.
They've not made that evident yet.
Call
That's
Audrey
good.
Gibbs.
I'm taking notes on my phone. If you see me looking down, texting, that's what I'm doing.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about you, the truth, all
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
And where was that?
That was at Central.
Here in Blountville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
When you say quite often, how often are we, how frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019, we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and, you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just, yeah,
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
You know, for the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you know, you better buckle in, Evelyn, and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her.
yeah, definitely.
Good mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. We would hang out together. We would, you know, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family friendly things. You know, one time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend, Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say Evelyn?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn, because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes. And then she just kept saying over and over to me, like, I love you. And just like, I love you. I love you. I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, eventually I had to say, like, I love you too. But, I was trying to tell a story.
Okay. So that was not her normal behavior.
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact.
No, normally, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. Who's Kyrie?
That's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer like, my questions. If I asked about Evelyn, she would just say, she's good, but, she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So
yes.
Do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68. It's Instagram. Yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay. And the tagline there, Maggie_Wood 23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left. Yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYP. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yes, that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWDU. What does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to, which I was at my aunt's at the time. So that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said, probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting?
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right.
I still see the chat, Castle. I don't think anybody's not on there. I still see it. You might have to refresh. I think everybody's just watching. So this is, I guess, what you call Megan's best friend. And so far, she's just testified that she had a child on December 9th, and Megan came up to visit her then without Evelyn. It said she kind of acted weird the day that she came to visit her at the hospital. And guys, I will have to step away in about 10 minutes, but it should only be for about 15 or 20 minutes, and then I will be right back. So if my mods could just kind of hold down the fort until I get back, that would be awesome. It'll be about 10 more minutes before I have to do that. Sorry, I don't have access to the video, or I would move it up a little bit. But because it was put up on their end at their house, I can't control it on my end.
Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of some sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Hi, Pushing Up Daisies. We're doing great.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
Was that a conversation that you all had back on January 24th into the 25th of 2020?
Yes, and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. And ask to publish it to the jury.
I agree, brown-eyed girl.
All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is, as we look at on the left part of the screen here on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use program? Okay.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
Okay. All right.
That's interesting.
Did you continue to have communication with Ms. Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there, just messaging when I could, because I was like, a new time mom for the first time, and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out, and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you
No.
at that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that one, too?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from the family members.
Okay, so that was a quick one. That's the great thing about Ring cameras, Rosebud. She just didn't want you to get mad. She spilled your drink. I'm not sure I wouldn't report that to DoorDash. And if you guys could keep the chat kind of going a little bit, that would be great. Oh, her hair. I know it was obviously either an added extension or part of it was dyed red. It was really weird looking. Oh, new person.
No. You respond with a question mark to her. And
do not know why that
does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Have no idea who this is.
So you're understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows. Yeah. To your knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point. Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you said that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together. And when I say no, they don't bail. And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then. And I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. So same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what does she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay.
I hear you, Angel. It was weird looking. I'm going to have to step away, guys, to take my puppy out, and I'll go black, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay, and then you say not with Hunter. And then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay. I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
The text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 74, please.
Objection. Full exhibit 7.
Permission to publish. Sorry. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His dad drove his car to work because his dad has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay, and what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what does she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upsetty spaghetti.
Okay. Okay. And then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's skit. I'm so ducking irritated.
Okay. It does, is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
It might have been a
fine.
typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town. And then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her. And then within that time period, he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it. And then at that point, like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay, so it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah, it was all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
No.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay, let's see. A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages. Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th, 2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 75.
That's your full exhibit 75.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No.
confirming that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she
Okay.
didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Try to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm going to go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got out of the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her, then having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was? Other than what we just talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Okay. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Canal Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, right now he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and dissociated. As soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
Just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation. But that time it was just kind of she didn't really say much. And then she just kind of went to bed. And then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
No.
She seemed scared?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
That was the first time that we ever spent the night with each other. So I was kind of expecting us to, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was going to go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And then we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77. I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
76.
Permission to publish. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that date at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack and I'm at his house.
Okay.
Okay, so I am back. I apologize for having to step away. Looks like we had a little break here anyway.
I am back. I apologize for having to step away. Looks like we had a little break here anyway. I am back. I apologize for having to step away. Looks like we had a little break here anyway.
Okay, so I'm trying to fix the echo there. All right, I think I got it. Oh, look at me. Anyway, I heard some of that while I was out. I wasn't able to pick up all of it. This last lady in particular, I wasn't able to hear a lot of her testimony, so I'll have to go back and watch that again myself. So I'm not sure who. So this is I take it this was a friend of Evelyn's. I mean of Megan's. Okay, everybody's saying we're good with the sound. You all behaved. That's good to hear, Castle. Thank you. So I didn't catch what was the reason for the break here? Was it just a recess, I suppose? Oh, and Angel Wings has a question. I can always, if you guys didn't behave, I can always go back and read the chat later, I suppose. But thank you for, let's see, who is it? Castle and Kelsey for stepping in there and helping us. And I know Auntie was here for a bit.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, looks like we're back here.
Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And do you remember going to Knoxville with Megan in December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day?
Speculation.
I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving. Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
Yeah, she does. These people are so young, and they know tens of thousands of people are watching this, plus just the situation anyway. I don't feel for these witnesses. I do feel for these witnesses. They got a lot of witnesses in today. They really got a lot done.
I'm going to pass you one page.
I don't know what bird's nest is. Angel wings. What is the reference to bird?
Take a
Is that a
moment to
joke
look
I
at it.
missed? Oh, wrong one. I saw some people
let
referencing
me know,
bird's
do you
nest, but I'm not
recognize
sure what
that?
we're talking about there.
What is, okay. What is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77.
Oops. Sorry.
December 23rd.
Who is bird's nest though?
I don't know.
Okay. I think it's an inside joke.
Permission to
I'll
publish.
have to read the chat when I go back and watch the live because I'll have to watch this testimony.
Oh,
We'll go back.
I think bird's nest is her hair. We call it a bird's nest, so she's bird's nest.
On December 23rd at 4:44 p.m., where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? You with Evelyn? Are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Red hair girl.
Yes, and good.
I heard it. I just wasn't watching it because I was driving.
It did look like a bird's
And then
nest.
jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
No, I cannot
At
imagine.
4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay.
Yeah, you never imagine your friend doing something like that, you know?
You have water? Okay.
Somebody you trusted, probably
There's
just
tissues up there
sleepovers,
if you
hung
need
out
them.
with, you know?
The girl that was right before this, was her friend that had a baby, and they went to visit her in the hospital. This girl and Megan, and I took some notes on that one and what she
Oh, I
said.
see.
So they interviewed her. Now they're interviewing the girl that rode with her to the hospital. That was also one of her best friends.
Gotcha. There's like it's such a ripple effect, you know.
Bailey, you wanna
One
take a
destroyed
break, or you
life
think you
just
can go
impacts so
on
many
for a few
others.
minutes?
You know, your friends, all your family, everyone
do
you know,
either
everyone that knows
one.
little girl. Let's put
One stand, please.
I just keep wondering if she's going to actually take the stand in her own defense.
We did a poll on it last time I looked. We were at 82% no, 18% yes. That's what it was this morning.
She's told so many lies. She has no credibility with the jury.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is typically something they don't want you to do as an attorney, but I don't know.
Do you mind if she steps out for a few minutes? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's
But
awesome.
just in a recap with the last girl, her name was Audrey Gibbs, and she started crying immediately, but then she kind of dried it up. She was from Kingsport, Tennessee. They've been friends since 7th grade. They visited quite often with each other. She left the area around November of 2019 and went to Knoxville. And then December 9th, she had her own child. And Megan and this other girl, which I missed part of that because I was out, but Megan and the other girl go up to visit her. And Audrey reports that Megan was acting odd at the hospital. She just kept saying over and over, "I love you guys. I love you. I love you." And she was trying to tell kind of her, I guess she had complications with the birth, but she was kind of had the story that she was wanting to tell them about having the baby. And she said Megan would just interrupt with, "I love you. I love you." And she just thought that was really odd. She didn't bring Evelyn, of course, with her to the hospital on the 9th. She said Megan had a weird look on her face and kept saying she loved her. She doesn't recall where she said Evelyn was. But then they also started going over Instagram conversations. So they had a lot of Instagram data, conversations that they put up and went over. And on Instagram, she's referred to as Maggie May. And that's Megan. And they had conversations on like January 24th, 25th, 26th. And then she told, I think it was on the 26th, Megan told her she was pregnant. And they asked her when the last time that girl saw Evelyn. She said it was at her baby shower on October 31st was the last time she saw her. And then she came to the hospital on December 9th without Evelyn. And she said she thought it was weird because Evelyn usually went everywhere with them and and was with her all the time. And that she had a hard time finding a babysitter. So that was pretty much all her testimony. And then the new girl started, and I did not get to really listen to a whole lot of what she said.
I heard just a little bit here and there when we were coming home. Big E was had a lot to say, so I couldn't hear much of that. I will go back and watch that later. But it looks like we're just kind of establishing her. Well, obviously the Evelyn not being with her at the beginning of December, and then just her overall odd demeanor with her friends and how she wasn't quite the same. So knew something.
I thought this last girl too was kind of odd. She said that she called her and said she didn't want to stay at Hunter's and she wanted to spend the night with her at a hotel. So they stayed at a Econo Lodge or something, I think she said. But I was up moving around, so I didn't hear it real closely. But she said she thought that they were going to spend time together. And pretty much as soon as Megan got there, she went to bed.
Right.
And then she said the next morning they left. I don't know if do you want to fast forward it to see?
Oh, I would have assumed we were already caught up.
Oh, we may be.
Let me see.
Let me look on it. Let me look on it live and see where we're at.
I think we're caught up.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Sorry if you hear my puppy.
You can win big on Hard Rock.
Yep, we are.
Yeah. So I think they're taking a break because that girl had kind of gotten really upset, and give her a break and a chance to regroup. So that's no reason not to let her do that. They talked to a number of people today. So I don't know what are the big things we've learned from today. Really, looks like Evelyn went missing sometime more in the first week of December. I think that's probably what they're going to end up saying.
I think it's somewhere around the 6th, 7th, 8th, that time window is what it's sounding like.
Yeah. And we still don't.
Yaya said, I want to know if she was really pregnant. I do not think she was. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that's when she was telling the police also that she was pregnant, and she had, I don't know if you got to watch our previous one where we go over the overview of the case. She did say that in an interview with one of the reporters, that's the reason that it was the police policy that they can't give a lie detector to someone pregnant, which is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. And the sheriff's office there didn't even have a lie detector accessible to them, which is another lie she was caught in. And no, Kelsey, Ethan is not the dad. We still don't know who that is yet. That's not come out.
Yeah, apparently he requested a DNA test, and I'm just judging by the prosecution. It must have come back that he's not the father. So I don't know if the dad even knows he is the dad or not. We don't know.
Right.
It does seem like she kind of was bouncing between a lot of boyfriends during that period.
Well, and then there was another young man that was on there that I don't know. Did you see his testimony? That was a little bit odd too. It was a friend. Let me see if I wrote the notes on that one. It was before Audrey, and I wrote it down. It was Stephen Lawrence, and she was friends with his sister Madison, and his sister Madison had passed away.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't see much of this.
Yeah, and he was aware that she had a daughter. December 8th, she came over to where Stephen Lawrence's apartment building was. He owned an apartment building or something, and he was naming it after his sister. And she and Megan were very close friends, and she had passed away. So she was coming over to look at the building. And anyway, she told him that Ethan Perry was the father, and she contacted him after the visit while Evelyn had been reported missing, and she was seeking help in general to find Evelyn. She told this guy she needed help, and he took her to the sheriff's office, and she was staying at his mom's during that time. So I thought that was all odd. She was not at her home, but she was staying at this young man's mother's home during that time. And he said they had some conversations that said she was missing. And that was it. But that was I thought that was another odd man that she's had brought into this. It was just a really weird situation. I'm thinking, okay, how many guys does she got going? Was she trying to hook up with this guy? Was she really, I don't know. It just seemed a little odd that this nice young man, she went over, and it was almost immediately after Evelyn was not seen again.
All right. Am I getting an echo again? How does it? Okay.
No, not at all. I'm going to have to put you on pause or mute my mic because my puppy's wanting in and I got to let her in. Hang on 1 second.
Okay. Yeah. So I saw we had a couple of people join in saying they had missed a lot. So I thought I might just, while we're kind of on the break here, kind of just go back and recap who we've seen so far today. We started out the morning with the TBI agent who we had seen yesterday, but they had to finish up that testimony today. They started with the video. So if you want to see the interrogation or one of the interrogations with TBI, that was really interesting. You can see all the stories as they changed there early on. That recording was on the, I think it was the 25th. And so that was why it ended yesterday. Was they had to, they were debating whether or not to allow that in as evidence, and the defense won and were able to get it in. Within that story, they talk about, she talks about Hunter, the boyfriend, rolling over on Evelyn, and that possibly being the way she passed. We don't, of course, don't likely think that's true, but the defense wanted that evidence and to plant that seed of doubt in the jury. So they were successful with that. TBI agent finished up the cross-examination that morning, and it looks like what the defense was mostly going for was trying to put in the idea that maybe the body wasn't handled properly when they laid her out on the body bag, that there were leaves there, maybe got in her hair. That's kind of what they're starting to get at. So they're going to try to go for the contaminated crime scene and the movement of the trash can before they realized she was in there and everything. So they're going to try every angle they can. After that, we got to see the biological father, Tommy. He came off very well, I think. And a few times you could see him kind of glance over at Megan, and that was all heartbreaking. But he describes at one point the vehicle backing up to that shed beside the playhouse. But later in that cross-examination, he says it was Megan there at the building. But when the defense comes on, he says, well, he never actually saw Megan at the vehicle, but it was her car there. So kind of, what we think was probably happening around that time was that what they're going to imply is that she was dropping off all the baby goods, all those diapers and clothes and things that she wasn't keeping at the house in those two areas. But since he didn't see her with his own eyes, they're going to try to plant doubt there that it could be Hunter or anyone else that it was over there. Let's see, what else from the dad? Was there anything particularly interesting there?
He was really nervous. I missed the very first part of him because I was gone to the dentist and to the strawberry patch, so I didn't get to hear all of the beginning of his. But I don't know. He kind of calmed down and kind of came into getting used to answering the questions. He was a little rattly, though. I thought just a little skittish.
Sure.
But he did have a criminal past. I didn't get to see why they were wanting to not include his testimony. Did you see any of that part?
No.
There was some kind of discussion about that.
They've had a couple of things they took out.
I don't know.
I don't recall.
Anybody got to see that part? I'd be curious to find out. I'm going to try to go back and watch that part to see if it's discussed. And then Missy did text me about what to do when it's time to go off. She thinks it'll go off about 5 o'clock. So they may try to finish with this witness today and then shut it down at 5.
Oh, 5 o'clock their time. Yeah. So,
Are they on Eastern there or are they on Central?
They'd be on Eastern. I mean, they're out east. Yeah, because Knoxville and beyond is Eastern time. So about 15 minutes probably from now. People are kind of moving around there in the courtroom. Maybe we're coming back here soon. We also had the medical professionals come in testifying, knowing that she was getting her regular checkups up until that 1 year mark. And then she started kind of dodging calls and giving excuses why she wasn't coming in for that. And that was around December 6th when that started, December 5th and 6th. So we think likely something was happening around that time. Let's see who else. The CPS worker, he came out there, and there was a report of neglect and physical abuse, and that's why they initially got involved. And it looks like their alarm bells were going off that first day, because her story was ridiculous, you know.
When they had her in, they investigated or questioned her on site at where she was supposed to be living with Hunter, and looked around for baby items in the home to see if there was evidence that she was living there. She really didn't produce a whole lot. A cup that could have been an adult cup, it had a straw attached, but it wasn't really a true baby sippy cup. And then her infant, like a memory box from like her handprint and all the stuff from when they're first born, and then one outfit. That's all they found in the whole house.
Yeah.
So I think that was some pretty red flags for them. And then they brought her in for further investigation and talked to her at another location.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's all pretty telling. It looks like the judge is back here.
We probably will have about 5 minutes for cross-examination, but put us after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may let them go. Okay. Do they have reservations for dinner or just
I want dinner reservations.
Yeah. Are we ready to start back up?
We are ready. We're ready.
Huh?
Sounds like they are going to go right after this witness.
Yeah. So we got probably another 10 or 15 minutes here on this today. And then we appreciate everybody being here, of course. And then we'll, I don't think we have plans tomorrow. So I think we should be able to do this tomorrow.
I thought you all had like 5 doctor's appointments tomorrow.
Oh, we might. It might be, might have, yeah, actually, I think there are some doctor's appointments. You might be right. So it may be a deal where one of us, but we both won't go to those.
Well, I was gonna say we might could do the same thing. I could probably be on some tomorrow. I don't really have any appointments or anything, so I could be on some. We could do a live stream for those that want to chat and talk about it in a smaller venue, like we've been doing.
Yeah, I'll just have to see what the timing is.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it'll probably be just one of us, either me or Mrs. E, on our end.
Ms. Hawkins.
Oh yeah, there was the disgusting trailer too. I forgot about that. So there was, if you missed that earlier, the Handyman or whatever. Oh, I didn't mean to make you disappear, Auntie.
Here, I'll fix it. Got
Did
it.
I do that? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Now I can't.
Did I do that?
I don't know. I didn't touch it, but
Okay. But yeah, the trailer was disgusting. So whatever the world that Evelyn lived in was just gross. You know, like feces on the floor, gross. You know, like spoiled milk in the fridge, that kind of
I'm
thing.
actually shocked that they didn't get a social services call before then. If anybody outside of the immediate family saw that, I would have thought they would have reported it.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
This girl's having a hard time.
Yeah. Glad they let her have a little break there.
Yeah.
Hopefully she'll be done after this for the day. Like not have to come back tomorrow.
Right.
All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
The state's ready.
Yes, sir.
The jury's ready.
We'll stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. Are you ready to try to continue?
Yes.
Okay. So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any like specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna have to speak up, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Somebody she hang out with almost every day or so, and she never told her child was missing. Terry, hopefully they'll tell us. We're not sure yet. I would think so.
Oh, yeah. I bet they do. If they've got the jury sequestered like this, I bet they're going to try to power through, get this done as fast as they can.
I'll pass you 2 pages. Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow.
And then what do you say?
Where is Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
That's your document. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan?
Yes.
On that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Permission to publish. On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making it work. Okay. Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Just want to make sure.
What happened there?
I don't know.
Yeah. That's weird.
I know.
There's been a few weird things.
It's been glitchy.
Yeah, like I got muted and I didn't touch anything. Little ghost in the machine here. I'm not sure what's going on. I guess I missed this earlier, but the dad called 911. Tommy called 911.
I'm not sure. He's the one that reported her missing.
I might have missed that in the testimony
I
earlier.
think. I don't know. I need to go back and watch that because I missed the beginning of them. And then Castle says, I'm thinking Ethan didn't sign the birth certificate because Evelyn's last name was Boswell. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hang on. I'm going to add her back to stage because she says that we don't have any sound now, but I can hear you fine.
Oh, who's saying?
Mrs. E said that. She said, add me back to the studio. There is no sound now. No, the video. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Add me back to the studio. She's on the studio.
I don't know what she means.
Okay, Real Me Too. Can you hear Mr. E and Aunt E?
Yeah, Real Me Too says she
Just
can
take
hear
a
us.
look and see if you recognize it.
And you can see the video. Is that correct?
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. What does Megan say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020?
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
So she totally lied, or did she miscarry, or do we know that?
I don't know if we'll know. If we'll ever know. Or if
Same
she
thing.
believed it.
Take a look at this and
you know.
let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81.
I mean, Megan lies so much. I mean, just from what we've seen in these 2 days.
And to everyone.
She lies to everyone.
Yeah.
Countless lies.
Permission to publish.
I mean, she's like a true sociopath that way,
Yes.
and that she just
What do you
lies mean nothing to
ask
her.
Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I've seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
She is a big liar, Sally.
It's like crazy. Everyone that's been in contact with her in her life received different
January
conflicting lies.
2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
The relevance.
Oh, now they got to talk about the relevance of saying how she's feeling.
Right.
Good grief.
I mean, it's
I
a fair objection.
I think she should have worded it a little differently. She should have said, it's January, after not seeing Evelyn for 2 months.
I'm asking a different way, okay?
Yeah.
You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
See,
tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just, she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that
when she
we
was
would
asked.
talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay.
Well, at the point that they realized something was wrong, they couldn't have done anything anyway. It was already over.
True.
One more document. It's 5
So
pages.
You can only beat yourself up so much. I'm with you, Diane. I don't think I could let anybody hurt a child.
I recognize these.
I'm sure she wanted to
Can you
believe
tell us
her
what
too.
it is?
Yes, of course.
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82.
February 22nd.
Yeah.
No kidding, real me too.
Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. Why did you tell me Ethan had her if she's sick? If he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. Why would we not do that? I'm crying.
I can't understand things she's saying.
If whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit. Okay. You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn. And as much as you do, I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
So she's just trying to build a mystery and, you know.
The conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay? Or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot and this is a lot. Then you ask her, did he, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him. But after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert?
Yeah, she's not letting it
What
go.
does
She's,
Megan-
Yeah.
What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to press her.
yeah,
She knows something's wrong.
yeah, and she's not giving her answers.
And she's actually much more upset than the other girl was.
Yeah, I mean,
Did
well,
Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes. On February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day. And she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything. So it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point. So it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay.
I don't think she's covering. Diane says she's covering. It's despicable. I don't think she's covering. I think she knew, and that's why she was pressing her. But I just think she was weak.
Yeah.
I just think she's weak.
Had strong suspicions, and she's, I don't know if you saw the end of that text message earlier, but it was saying that she used to see Evelyn every day. So this girl was very attached to this little girl.
Yeah.
So
I
for
think
her
so.
to just go missing after seeing her nearly every day when they're one of her best friends.
You're right. Cross-examination won't be pretty if she's lying. But they said that they will only take themselves 5 minutes to do it. So I don't think they'll do a whole lot of cross-examining.
They're already well past the 5 o'clock mark where they thought they
That's
wanted
the last
to
thing
end.
I'm going to hand you. Okay. I know this is a lot. Okay. You just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Eggno Lodge yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what day this is. Okay. It's on February 22nd. When I dropped her off at Eggno Lodge.
Okay. So you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay. So did you, for lack of a better term, did you get a room? You pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number 83.
Full exhibit 83.
I know there's a little debate going on in here. I guess I agree with this. I think she strongly wanted to believe her, and it played out not adding up after a while, sadly.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
No, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you. Okay.
Well, this will be interesting, I think.
Yes. It sounds like Megan's mom was hard to pin down, though. She may not have been able to find Megan's mom. It sounded like she was on the road a lot, and may not have been as easy as it sounds. I don't know. She obviously had a lot of suspicion something was going on.
Yeah.
Just by the text messages.
Yeah.
Megan's mom was kind of like, I don't think she was real stable in one location.
Yeah, I don't know if we know. I mean, around the 18th, they were in North Carolina and were arrested there for stealing a car.
I think it was Hunter's car, wasn't it?
Like Hunter's mother's car or something like that, that he was trying to sell them. Or
I have to give you certain admonitions every time.
You are right, Real Me Too. She was failed by a lot of people.
You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial.
So it sounds like they're not going to cross-examine.
Express any opinion about this case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to
Until
report
tomorrow.
finally to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. And you're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. We'll go with the officer.
One stand, please.
Yes, I think you're right, Real Me Too. Megan reported the car missing. Right, Castle.
I mean, if you have someone telling you that the real father has the child, because, for whatever reason, you don't really have any real reason to believe that that's not true, other than it's strange.
Ms. Hawkins, you'll have to come back tomorrow. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. I'm going to ask that you not watch any of the live stream or replay.
She can't watch the replay.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting to know.
Yeah. I mean, they were clearly very close friends. Maybe one of her best 1 or 2 friends in the world, I would suppose. If she saw her baby every day.
You can tell she was fond of her, and it was really bothering her.
I didn't want to say this necessarily in front of you. Exhibit 69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82 were entered as full exhibits over the objection of the defense. Their objection is no good for
Get those numbers again. I would rewrite that back.
69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81. We'll be in recess.
That's the truth, right?
We'll be back here at 30 minutes.
So I think they said they'd be back again at 9 in the morning.
Okay, so that answers that question. They're going to do a Friday court, and yeah, I mean, this is interesting about this girl. I mean, it's tough, you know. Another thing is just the age. I mean, there's things that I pick up on now, but that's just my life experience. That I'm much more skeptical, I suppose, now of things than I would have been when I was 18 years old. I think if I were 18 years old and a friend had a child and told me, oh, they're with the other parent for a month, I probably would just believe that.
Yeah.
I know the Army part doesn't add up. But if she made excuses, I don't know
that girl was smart enough because she said everybody else had already gone back that was in the Army had already gone back. She even mentioned that. So she questioned the fact that the Ethan story, she questioned it.
But, you could maybe, I don't know what Megan came up with, but probably said, oh, well, when he's they've got a daycare or he's got a friend or whatever story she came up with, because she's always coming up with stories.
I mean, nothing there's no way to even tell what she said is actually truthful.
I mean, I would never imagine any of my friends ever taking the life of their own child. That would be like the last thing you would think, But anyway, so it's interesting, today was a lot of witnesses.
A lot of testimony. Yeah. Actually, they're going through it much faster than I assumed because I know how long it took with the Murdaugh trial. Each person was up there forever. It was but both the prosecution and the defense attorneys were so good in that case. They had so many questions.
Yeah.
And this one, it's kind of, they're kind of easy breezy in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Right.
Yes. Pushing up daisies. Evil people are usually very clever liars. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. And she seems kind of like the meek friend in the group anyway, a little bit.
And then somebody said Diane said a baby for a month away from the mom at that age, that just doesn't happen. People don't do that.
No. I mean, she did reach a point where she was suspicious, I guess. But at what point, should she have called someone or gotten more involved? Because it was, not just December, but well into January, then February. And it finally took the dad to say enough's enough, that's a long time. Especially when her stories kept shifting and changing, but anyway, that's where it was. And well, I guess we'll wrap this up. Do you have any last thoughts from today, Auntie?
No, it was a really busy day of people. I'm going to go back and listen to the beginning of her father's testimony again because I missed that. And I want to hear exactly the way they started. There was some controversy about him being able to testify because of his criminal past that someone mentioned. So I want to go back and see if that's discussed at all before he testifies.
Okay.
I thought that was interesting. And I want to see if there's anything said before the guy that they had to put a bond out for to be there. I'm like, why would the guy not want to testify that he saw that trailer? I just don't get it. I don't get why he wouldn't want to testify in court to what he saw.
I don't know.
And be fined $500.
I don't know. Maybe he's got stuff to hide himself.
I don't know.
No, that's okay. The bird's nest, I'm assuming that's the redheaded girl is what we figured out.
Yes. Well, part of her hair is brown, and then there was a red nest on top of it.
I see.
So it was very stark difference.
All right. Yeah, that's all right.
And I noticed that too, Real Me Too. The father did not really look at her at all.
I did see a couple of glances. He did dart his eyes over there a couple of times that I saw.
Maybe a couple times, but
Yeah.
it was definitely weird.
I mean, I can't imagine. Can't imagine, your own child taking the grandchild. That's just an unimaginable situation. How would you go forward with your daughter that way? I don't know. Yeah. So we'll plan on being back tomorrow. One of us will at least be here. And thank you so much for being with us. We had a great time hanging out with you. We're going to be watching this. This is been a really interesting case so far.
Yes.
We've never done this like this before, but we may do more trials in the future on cases that pique our interest or ones that maybe y'all are interested in. We could do too.
Yeah, I'd like to do some comparisons of this one to ones that were currently not unsolved that we haven't gotten to a case yet.
You mean Sebastian? Is that what you mean, or others that are coming down there? Yeah. Oh,
I'd like to compare some of the statements, the things and just how TBI handled this case. I think all that's really interesting.
Yeah, and this took such a long time for them to get to this point, and even to bring the charges. They didn't do it right away. It was several months, and they had a body, and they knew their suspect and everything. So if you're looking at the Sebastian case, where it's going to be, I think they're bringing the case. I think the indictments are looming any day, actually, but they're doing a circumstantial case there. So definitely more complicated. It's going to be more based on phone calls, texts, geolocation, and all that kind of stuff. So they got to really have that buttoned up to bring it. So, yeah. So interesting. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to end this here, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
All right. And you don't know how to do the outro video, right?
I don't. So I will just be heading in stream. And then if you're watching on Rumble, if you prefer Rumble, we're streaming over there also now. But we'll end there shortly after that too, if I can figure out the button. So, but thank you. We appreciate you all hanging with us. And you guys have been great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.